How will I know when I get there? And how will I know when to leave? We've all gotta start from somewhere, and it's right there for me. The possibilities are never ending. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility.
Hi!
I see it now. It's always been inside of me. And now I feel so free. And it's possibility. And so I'll carry on. My time to shine has come. I feel it. As fast as I can go. Straight to the top. I know you'll see it. So please wake me up when I get there. It feels like I'm lost in a dream. I know in my heart that it's my time, and I already see the possibilities are never ending. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility. I see it now. It's always been inside of me. Now I feel so free. And it's possibility. Drop that smile 'cause you're beating again. No, this is where my journey begins. Don't lose your speed. You're losing your flow. When inside me's the power you'll never know. Let it out. It's inside you. You better all stand back 'cause we're coming through. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. I see it now, it's always been inside of me. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility. I see it now. It's always been inside of me. And now I feel so free. And there's possibility. And there's possibility. And there's possibility. And there's possibility. And there's possibility.
Egg. Egg.
A shadow of myself, just who am I? Scan horizons, a tragic mystery. You could have left me here, still inside the blood. No one would ever know the chaos control. My true identity, the power that is me. We are destined fire, trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we've waited.
Wah! Hello. Hold on, just a minute. Whoa! Oh, it's squeak too. Dang, I gotta tell you, I'm fairly spooked.
Spooky.
Yeah, spooky and ookied. Hello.
I gotta turn your stream, like, your volume off so I don't get double audio.
Yeah, that's important. Hello,
Very
everyone.
important.
I hope you're all doing good. Ow.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, it is me, currently Queen the Fennec, or Fennec Queen, but always Zoe, and my friend, Diafiend.
Hi, I'm Dia. We're gonna be playing Sonic Superstars.
Car battery!
Oh, ow.
You died. Well, this is my stream. Hello,
No, I'm back,
everybody.
I'm already
Welcome
back,
to the
I'm already
Dia
back,
stream.
I'm already back, 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 ow. Why do they keep getting stuck in my head lately? What's wrong with you guys?
That's awesome.
Also, yes, you could hear my Discord noises for a moment, but I turned on streamer mode again, so it's fine.
It's so true. So true.
And yes, Dia is 3D today.
I am 3D today. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not talking like I'm singing a Boulevard of Broken Dreams. If anyone knows what fucking video I'm talking about, good for you.
I don't know if I do, but I like that song.
Basically, it's this MS Paint, like this person who made a smiley face, but instead of making like an actual smile, he takes the oval shape tool and he just drags it and he like makes it go up and down as the song is going.
Yeah,
so it's
okay,
like the
right.
faces- Yeah.
Very good.
My shadow. Yeah.
It's the only thing that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating.
I don't know the words either. You're lost.
Walk alone.
The words are lost on me too.
I think it's an awesome song. I think it's awesome sauce.
It's a pretty good song.
Careful you don't get copyright strike. Oh, good point, actually, yeah. My singing is too spot on, especially all the lyrics that I don't know.
True.
I used to, I've talked about that before, but I was into music like that, like Linkin Park and Green Day and stuff, around the same time that I was into Roblox. But this was old, but this was old Roblox, when the characters literally were just a little, like, cylinder for the head and then just, like, some bricks for the body, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
if you go on Roblox right now, you'll find plenty of, like, scene kids kind of looking avatars, you know? That was not the thing back then.
Guys, which one is your favorite? We got Huggy Wuggy,
Stop. So I would just be doing, ooh, blow up the Eiffel Tower with the rockets, hee hee wahoo, or like, I don't know, that's a hee hee wahoo kind of action to take. I know, just these it was a very different vibe from what now. So it was basically just playing with Legos. There's like normal Legos, but I was listening to Boulevard of Broken Dreams while I was doing it. So that
SBO and Dia's head because SBO is also Urple.
you're right.
I was about to ask, like, should I do that myself? Or?
No. I mean, I guess you could.
I guess I could, but I guess you could. You just, if you probably just send me the picture.
I'll just send you the PNG. Here you go.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Right.
We've never had that before.
Okay, and I will save this image.
A little dancing, Dia.
It's me.
Yeah.
Let's save that. Add. Boop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
I did it.
No, I need to get
Oh,
angrier
yeah, I got
knuckles.
That's true.
What are you doing?
What?
I don't know, you were doing something, slapping or something?
Oh no, that's my spacebar.
Okay,
Because it's got that little button in the corner.
yeah, fair enough. How is Dia here? Just sharing their PC face via Discord? Not via PC face, it's like via different servers, but yeah, just sharing, not PC face, that's not what you use, but whatever it is that you use. And also,
I'm low res like Zoe because Zoe's got the low res filter on me too.
do I?
It looks like on my end. I don't know if that's just a stream or not.
Hold on a second. That is not the same low-res filter as I have on myself. It is a low-res filter, though.
That's weird. Oh well.
I'm pretty sure I don't have that on there. Let me just give it a little bit of a checky.
These U-bots keep running into my face. I'm gonna eat them.
No!
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Don't do it!
Get out of here.
Fucked up. Okay, friends, here we go. Nope, I do not have that on here, so...
I'll make
That
you
is-
dab.
Oh, okay. Dab.
I have to dab too.
Dab.
Okay, I'm gonna try to dab. Dab.
Dab.
Yeah, I did
Dab. Nice. Reckoning, the final battle has begun. Sorry, I get
fine.
into the music. I can't wait to have full body VR and be able to dab real good in VR.
You know, I've seen like these fucking crazy ass like VR, not VR, but like VTuber tracking shits and like, you know, these, you know, anime women just bouncing and they're like, yeah, they're grooving. It's like, whoa, that is so fucking smooth. What the hell are they doing?
I know. Sometimes that stuff looks just fucking insane. I do know that there is at least one person who has like a stupidly expensive full body trekking suit. But it's like,
Yeah, what the fuck?
like, but it's literally like a sponsorship campaign. Like she is being paid to wear that. It's like her job to just promote this like trekking technology.
Please sponsor me. I like money. I like.
Me too.
Sorry.
I don't know. There's something. I don't know. Like, I completely understand taking sponsorships and stuff. It's not like I wouldn't see myself taking a couple of sponsorships if they were good enough. Because money is sadly a thing we need.
Sadly.
But I don't know. Like something like that person, it was just like that was their whole thing. It's just the fact that they had a full body trekking suit, and then I'm like, that's a new kind of corpo VTuber, you know?
It really is, yeah. I had
Yeah.
to move out of I like move over a little bit because your damn ears are covering up my damn face.
I'm so sorry. I got very big ears.
Get your damn ears out the fucking caption.
I have actually made that with Queen of Fennec.
I know. Dia has a third eye. How will I kiss their forehead? Don't.
Yeah, like you don't kiss the eye. You're not supposed to kiss eyeballs.
That's my eyeballs.
You mean well, but you know. Anyway, it's a new day, and we are going to be playing Sonic Super Duper Stars.
Super duper doopy super duper stars.
Doopies. I don't know, Dia, how much you know about the game already.
I watched
Since it's
Mark play
released.
it.
Oh, you just like already know everything?
Not everything.
Okay. Well, I
Not
haven't seen any
everything,
gameplay yet, aside from like trailers and stuff.
I will not. I won't say anything like regarding the story or spoilers wise because. But what I do know is that we could probably beat this game in like 5 hours.
Oh well, that's good then. So there'll be like 3 streams, given how it will go on tangents and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
And also, Sellout Corpo VTuber is actually the first kind of Corpo VTuber. The first successful VTuber was Kazuna Ai, who did full body trekking back in 2016. Now she just shills crypto.
She
Fuck.
does, and that's
Oh my god. She was the only VTuber that I know when I became a VTuber, and like I kind of knew her. I was aware of her existence and recognized her name, and that was it. That is hilarious. I hate corpo VTubers so fucking much.
I try not to I just can't bring myself to like corporate VTubers. Like for a while I liked Pikami, but then you know, Hogwarts.
Oh no, I did not know. I don't know who that is. Who you're talking about?
Amano Pikami. She's the one that sounds like a tea kettle.
That narrows it down.
It doesn't matter.
You have to understand. I literally only watch my friends and like other indie VTubers that look interesting. That is it. I don't know any corpo VTubers.
That's fair. Yeah, I understand that.
It's fair, and I'm right.
My little phone lagged out there for a second. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh, that's fun. I gotta invite you to the game.
Yes, I'm staring at the Gauntlet Queen chat that we have open right now. So I'm like,
let me in. Where are you?
Let me in.
There you are. You're all the way at the bottom.
I'm washing. Okay, chat. Everyone, you have to. I have to tell people. My Steam name is called Washing an Old Person, and it's just a picture of bald Jack Frost from fucking Persona, Shin Megami Tensei, whatever series you're familiar with him.
Yep. Why are there so many Sonics?
Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Sonic, why is it? Come on, game. It is not playing for me.
Well, right now it's a black screen.
Oh, it closed on me.
Well, oh, I think it crashed.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Cool. I love video games.
Damn.
Let's try that again.
We tested it before stream. It was fine then.
I have to remind everyone in chat. This game was developed by Arzest, the people who made Balan Wonderworld.
Right. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that.
As far as I'm aware, the game's not horrible, so that's a good thing. It's just not Sonic Mania.
He doesn't want to close. This is awesome.
I guess it's a job for tax manager.
I'm working on it.
At least Yuji Naka wasn't their director. Yuji Naka's in jail.
Yep. I'm not finding it here
maybe you should go into
either.
the processes tab.
That's where I am.
Oh, or the details tab. And then scroll down to like if whatever Sonic Superstars is called, and like probably Sonic Superstars.exe.
Oh wait, I think it closed. Oh okay. Dude, I think all of Steam just crashing. What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck?
This is a good stream.
Avatars.
It's that fucking like anti-piracy thing that they got.
Oh yeah, it didn't.
It's making everything like lag out and stuff. I bet.
Probably. You know.
I'll chat about that too.
It's funny because we did prior testing to this and it was fine, and then now and now it's like the Let's Players curse, you know.
It really is.
Sega!
I'm fucking missed.
It was only
okay,
for
we
like
got main
one game.
menu.
I think it's 3D Blast.
I think so.
Yeah,
well,
3D Blast
but yeah, but that's why it feels so near and dear and familiar to me, because that's my first video game was Sonic 3D Blast.
Oh, 3D Blast was your favorite? Oh, my first video game was Street Fighter 2.
This says a lot about us. I assume.
I played it with my dad.
That's cute. Tails.
Is it really Are you fucking kidding me that it's gonna crash every time I join? Wait. Hang on. It's doing something.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, seems to be here. Can you do things?
I'm in. I'm good. We're
okay.
good.
How's the delay?
Let me push a button. It's like a whole half a second, which is not a huge
Oh,
deal. It's not a huge deal.
Okay.
It's
Right,
not
I
a
can
huge
do
deal.
eggs.
Look, as long as you're able to play, it's fine.
Yeah, you'll just be there also, I guess.
Oh, I
I
guess
got
it's
that.
time for eggs.
Yeah, it's time for eggs, yeah. I will do eggs and the other redeems that we haven't done yet, and then we'll get to playing. Is my hand different?
Okay.
Yeah, my
Your hand
hands
looks fine to me.
No, they're very jittery. Look at them.
Well, that's weird. Probably your computer's screaming, probably.
Yeah, because the de novo fucking bullshit.
Oh, right. I'm gonna like turn on my VPN to Gauntlet Queen Land.
Yes,
See if that helps a little bit.
perhaps. Okay, we're going to do eggs. Man, why can't they just like? Why do they just have to fuck up video games? You know, like the de novo shit is not just something that it's a choice, a deliberate choice they made about a thing that is well documented as being fucking awful. Anyway, we're gonna do eggs now. Eggs. Wow, and the first egg of the day is in fact from a Diafiend. Yay!
Me.
You! Polar Stars! Nope. Dynalove! Etram Toa! Green Clonk! Pop! Esteemed Jester!
Egg.
Kira Cat! Space Junk!
Hi, Nikki.
Oh! Muzzle Flash! Mooby! Viridescent Fae! Mecha VT! The Melon Goddess!
Oh, yeah, I should probably tell my server that I'm here.
Maybe. Rootsatera! Cumberkilk! Sequar! Mildly Cloudy! That's the start of the second X stack, yay! And Yo-Yo Noid! There we go. Itchy nose. Thank you very much for the starting eggs, everyone. Beep. Beep. Here we go. I get cheesed.
Cheese.
Cheese. Cheese grommet. There we go.
Cheese, Gromit.
Cheese grommet.
Am I a bit of fruit?
I'm not fruity, am I, lad? I get a sippy. Let me see if my tea is drinkable yet. Yeah, that's good.
Where's the tea? What's the tea?
You got a stretchies?
Stretched too hard. There we go.
Phew. Okay. And I already did the depths. Oh, let me see if there are any Sonic rewards, the redeems. Nope. So we are good to go. Are you in the game?
Okay, let me move my cursor again. There we go. Okay, we're good.
Okay, good. Let's go.
What character are you gonna play as?
What do you think?
Mario.
Yep.
Yo!
Yo.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yup.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I want to be Amy. Which we're gonna go with classic Eggman because he'll be more animated and stuff.
Rabbit.
It's just what you want to play as the. I know, like it's like Amy, modern Amy. Jesus Christ!
Rabbit. Oh
You
shit!
wanna...
Sorry.
No, what have you done?
I pushed. It's okay. We can do this anytime.
Hold it for.
You could just change characters anytime.
I did all the far.
Oh, just nuclear button. Ah! We can't let the Lego characters come out.
We can't have this. This is not. It's not okay. But we talked about this before we started, Di and I. But the rabbit skin is a reference to one of the earlier concepts for Sonic, and having that character in here is transphobic. Because
Yeah.
because in the comics, that character has reappeared, and is a girl now. So canonically,
Also Hatsune Miku.
yes, and also Hatsune Miku. So canonically, a transgender. So to have her be in here but pre-transition that's fucked up.
It is kind of fucked up.
Open the fucking Steam overlay, dumb bitch. There we go.
You know what? I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say this is Hatsune Miku Rabbit before she went on estrogen.
Yeah, but like that's still you're just like ow, essentially dead naming her, but worse. Can stuff get out of my head?
You
What the
balancing
hell?
act, yo!
Ooh,
No,
oh, I'm bouncing.
It's Rusty. Is that his name? What's his
forgot.
name?
Her?
You forgot your little guy's name?
Oh, Dusty.
Dusty. Yeah, Dusty.
Which one do I go with?
Oh, it's doing the thing again. Hang on.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter. Can you just like not use the other controller? Oh no, wait, it's doing
There
both
is
of
no
them,
other
wasn't
controller.
it? Right. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
now.
There we go. I just had
Okay.
to unplug and replug it back
Right.
in.
Do I do modern or classic, Amy?
I
Did you just do it again?
I guess which,
God damn it! Can you fucking stop
change
doing
it
that?
You could change it at any time.
I
It's
guess, but still.
See, when I clicked my thing, I thought I locked it in, like just for me
Fucking
only.
fine.
I mean,
Nah, I guess not. This is a bit,
yeah, modern classic
Confusing.
gaming kind of does look weird.
a little bit. I hope I picked regular classic. I kind of want to play as just classic gaming.
You did.
Okay,
You
good.
did. I did a little bit of like wiki surfing today.
Uh huh. Kid.
No, and the tornado looks a lot different. Like it through each and every game.
Huh. That was kind of weird. Wait, hold on. It was
That's
kind
what
of
I
weird to
was-
see sort of like a 3D classic Green Hill Zone there. When we know that the rest of the
Yeah.
game is going to look very much more like that. Wow. Oh. Hey, look, you even have a different
happened?
icon. That's cute. At the top.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's nice. Okay, let's see. We can jump. Whee! Ooh, the frame
Oh.
rate. That frame rate ain't frame great. There's an official game,
Hang
yeah.
on, I got it. I have to get. There we go. Yeah.
Also, someone
Okay,
asked
okay.
for the trans rabbit's real name. I forgot.
I forgot.
I can grab the comic book. I'm
do-
pretty sure I have it,
Yeah.
but I want to play song. Okay, got a double jump. Oh, goodbye.
Wait.
I just disappeared.
Wow. Okay. So
Alright.
this game just does not know who to prioritize.
Nope.
Why do you have 21
No.
lives? Oh no, that's
Lives?
rings.
Oh yeah, that is rings.
I'm pretty sure if you oh wait, there was a big gold ring back
Yeah,
there.
I saw.
You could double jump. Yeah.
Yeah.
The special stage is really cool. I think it's not like it's nothing like Mania or Sonic 3 or Sonic 2, but I
Yeah,
think
it's gotta
proceed.
balance it for multiplayer, of course.
Mhm.
Let's see what it is.
Did you pause it?
No, did you?
No, that's weird. Who's doing that?
I don't know. Ooh,
Oh, so
okay.
only one player. Oh wait, maybe we take turns.
whoa.
If like one fucks up.
Oh,
what?
whoa,
Oh,
okay.
that's cool.
You get to do it a couple times and then we have to player change. That is fucking fun, dude. Yeah!
That's cool. Okay.
That is
I
very
like that.
cool. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's really
like
fun.
that.
Cyber Singer Mika is the name apparently, alright. Would Classic Fennec be smaller? I think she's already pretty small. Fuck off! I am not. Avatar? Power? What is that?
Oh,
But
that's
yes,
like,
Classic Fennec
Airbender.
would... I love that shit. Oh, summon a clone to attack enemies. What? Who keeps
doing
pausing?
this?
What the hell? Oh my god,
Hold on,
okay.
let me unplug my controller and plug it back in one more time. I'm plugging it back in. Come on. Okay.
Rude.
She's a short motherfucker. I'm gonna wear the purple one.
Oh, okay, that's what this is. This
Your
is such a
clones are killing
weird
each other.
ability.
It really is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if after you jump, like drop dash, like after you jump, you can like hold the button and then you start doing your hammer attack
What?
like that. You know. Like that.
Oh, fun. Ooh, I'm on the wall.
Yeah.
Whee! Oh, bye.
Oh,
What the hell? It just killed you.
died.
It just dropped you in down nothing.
Oh, probably because it didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because you were in the middle of the loop-de-loop.
Yeah, of the loop-de-loop, yeah.
Also, I from what I've heard is that you can't
wait for
like
me. Oh.
go and just.
Oh, what's that? Fuck is
What's
that?
this? Oh, I want that.
I want it. I want it. No!
No.
Fuck. Game sucks.
From what I heard is that the special stages you can't be like in Mania, where I'm trying to.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think we just have to go the other
Can't
way.
be like in Mania where you could just get special stages all in one go. Like you can't get Chaos Emeralds all in one go. You have to collect them throughout each level
Right, okay.
or each zone or whatever, which is kind of like weird and forced, but whatever. Like that. See how that's blue?
Yeah, oh,
Like you
right,
can go into that,
okay.
but it won't give you a Chaos Emerald. It'll give you medals.
What it does, Troy?
I kind of want to go back though.
Yeah, I
And
wanna go in.
Yeah, I'll follow you. Just go in there.
Yeah, I'm noticing that the multiplayer aspect is not great.
It is not like Mario, Super Mario.
No,
Okay,
I never
it's-
thought it was
it's
gonna
gonna do
be
that.
as good, and I was always like, how's that gonna work? It doesn't. Nice.
That's neat. Bonus stages are in this game. You know, when you touch the goalpost after having 50 rings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing, I think.
Right. Damn, shitting on Sonic as a Sonic fan. I mean, yeah, that's what being a Sonic fan is like.
Yeah, I mean, you can criticize the things you like. It's not that's you know
Yeah.
it's not a bad thing to be critical about something that you enjoy.
No, see, I'm not being critical on it because I just like being critical on it about it. It's being critical because I want it to be something good. You know?
Exactly, yeah,
It's something that I love, so I, you know, when it's not as good as it could be, I criticize
Get
it.
that?
Fuck yeah, I can.
Having fucking double jump trivializes a lot of things, I think.
Yeah, I'm okay with that though.
Oh, it's just like the fucking orca. In
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure.
GG Tails, thank you very much for following. What? Oh fuck.
Whoa!
No, my friend the trans rabbit has died. Ah!
No!
Hey, hello.
That penguin just said "fuck off." Oh, I can't come back.
That is mean.
Oh yeah, they brought that back.
Yay. Oh.
Oh,
Yay.
I don't like the fact that only 2 shields are in this game, and it's the magnet in this one.
Aw. Lame. I guess
Yeah.
fire. No, you get the homing
found
attack.
that out. Yeah,
Oh,
I
well.
found that out the hard way.
That's sad. But
Do I have to press anything?
no, I think it's
Oh,
just
no,
loading. Yeah.
That's an interesting.
Oh, wow, it just
interestingly
goes.
weird load time.
Yeah. Aside from that, the multiplayer it doesn't have online multiplayer. You have to use stream
Wow.
thing, and also that it's not that good, and also that the performance is really bad. I like it so far. You know. Whoa! Oh, we're sped up.
Oh, what's
Oh,
this?
the music, it sounds bad like this.
Yeah,
It's
when I
bad.
first
It's
heard
just
that, I was
YouTube
just like,
on 2 times speed.
Yeah, what? Oh, what's that?
God, the multiplayer is
I don't know
really
what that
bad. Hold on, I have to kill this freaking bug. Hold on. Stop. Don't pause. Stop.
I'm
Stop.
pausing. Okay, go. Kill.
I saw it, because now it's freaking gone, of course.
Oh, man.
It kept annoying me so much. Apart from the fact that the game sucks so fucking much, I kind of like it. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like if I was playing this in single player, I mean, I want to play it with my friend because it makes it more fun. But like, from a purely game perspective, like not the multiplayer enjoyment, the inherent joy of playing something in multiplayer, I feel like the game would be better in single player. You know?
You're right, I think.
Because I mean, you don't lose lives or anything when you go off screen.
Not
and you
even
can
in
come
single
back.
player.
Oh, not even
Not even
single
single player, you lose lives.
Okay, well that's
there
good
are no
too.
lives in this game.
That's good too. But I mean, like, if I get ahead and then you get off screen, you know, you die, quote unquote, but you don't really lose anything, and you can come back pretty quickly, and that's good. But it's still annoying. It feels like a very clunky concept in general of like, oh, we'll put multiplayer in a Sonic game, and then how do we make it so that the speed of the characters doesn't cause characters to constantly just like run off without each other? Oh, we don't do that. That just happens. You know?
It kind of just does happen, yeah.
Okay, I don't see the bug anymore, so let's keep going. And I'll just pause again if I
Bug
see
is
it.
dead.
Ready, here. Go.
Oh, it's back. It's back.
Yes. Ooh. That was it?
Yeah, it's a little bonus.
Okay. I died it. You know, you wanna...
What's that?
I feel like a Sonic multiplayer game like this would be better if it was an open world game. Ironically,
if it was an open world game.
if it was, or you know, if that online multiplayer needed to share the screen. I guess that's it. It's not that it has to be open world. I was thinking about that in an open world game you wouldn't be sharing the screen, and that would just help.
I'm back.
Yeah, why doesn't the screen just split? Here, so a thing that I'd heard from people was that they thought that the camera was too close to the characters. I don't see that.
No,
That's not an issue I have. But if they split the screen, then I would have that issue. Whoa. Can I be there too? Where am I?
Oh,
Hello?
oh, wait. Hang on. I will bring you back.
Oh, I was there for a moment.
Also, guess what they brought back?
Amazing! Fine. Why does it pause?
At least we're both in this.
Yeah. This is cute.
No.
Oh. No.
Also, I hate this fucking dinky ass Junson Noe music that we're getting here.
It's not as good as the original.
When the fucking ice cream man comes.
When the ice cream man cometh.
They need
Wait for me.
They need a higher dreams come true again. To make music.
Oh, no.
Don't touch that. That'll send you out of the level.
I doth be aware.
Oh, my Amazon package is here. Mario has arrived at my house.
Oh, how nice. I
off
can't
my
wait to
level.
pirate him. No! Oh, I can keep going. Okay.
I'm dead.
I died.
Amy, before I go, you have to know. Make sure that.
That's really good. Are you able to play as Cream in this? Not yet, but I'm sure modders will get on it.
Oh, when De Nouveau is out, yeah. We're back. Mm-hmm. You're back now.
Yay.
I've saved you.
Thank you. Oh, goodbye. Oh, hello.
Okay, so we can use our super special chaos power here.
Oh, right. I forgot about
earlier.
that.
Yeah, that's a thing that the game is gonna be like. You absolutely do not use it to play this game, but this looks like a shitty Death Egg robot.
It does. I was just thinking that. It's like someone drawing the Death Egg robot from memory.
Here, I'm gonna.
No, I'm gonna.
You got it. I'm gonna lay you out.
Yeah, it's like the video, you know, the Gary's Mod animation where you just go like, I'm gonna. Wait, I want to take him from behind. Oh, never mind. You good, bud? Yay, we did it!
Yay! Yay!
Yay. Oh no, we're not done yet.
Oh, there's a phase 2.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
This is a shitty big arm.
Yes, what is this with like shitty versions of existing Eggman bots? Wait, I wanna, wait for me.
What? Oh.
See, this music is fun. Some of the music is fun.
This was composed by Jun Sonoe and T-Lopes.
Wop, 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 wop.
We got fruit.
We got fruit.
It's that bitch!
We better kill him to
Bastard.
death.
You better fucking kill him.
Is that marketable rabbit? That is transphobic implementation. It is an early design concept for Sonic that never saw the light of day, but then was reused as a trans girl in the comics, and now she is not transitioned in here, and therefore they are being transphobic.
This level's gonna be fun. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's gonna be very good in multiplayer. Whee! Oh, ow. Ow, where did I go? I died.
Oh, you died.
Bushies. Oh.
What is? Oh.
Oh. It's a trigger and it causes a pew. Look at this.
You could. Oh, it's a cute little totem pole.
Yeah, but it's made out of like debris. Actually, that's a good. Hold on a second, because we know Trip is in it. Oh, okay. Trip is in this, and Trip is it was like the only.
Oh, yeah, bombs on you.
Okay, we're good. Trip is like the only remnant of like an ancient civilization that lived here or something. But there's a bunch of scrap metal, so I guess they were quite advanced.
Whoa.
No!
This is awesome.
I wanna also play. I wanna play!
I'm trying to help.
What the fuck? I don't get to do anything.
This is a great multiplayer stage.
Uh-huh. Okay, bye.
Frog.
Bye. Oh, hold on.
I guess we're going to special stage or bonus
Special
stage, whatever it's called. Catch the medals.
Those bomb bushes are from Ristar, apparently.
Oh, that's a cute touch.
Uh-huh. Also, I wonder if it pauses anytime we get to a new screen. Because we're in...
Remote play, yeah.
Well, maybe that. No, because Steam games don't know when during remote play. What the fuck? I just glitched through the wall.
I got it.
I
got it.
No, it's because we're in multiplayer, so like the game wants to make sure everybody's ready. You know, something.
That would be okay. So that would be smart if I didn't trust. If that would be smart if I trusted Sega.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. The transitions are kind of fun
This
here.
way.
Oh no! Goodbye.
No.
No,
If they go
goodbye.
up there.
No! What have you done? Don't killing
Go
us.
this way.
No, this way. Oh, their way. You were right. Yay!
Got it. I like how you get sucked into the vortex. This way. Oh.
This way. I guess not.
Oh. Let's go top path.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't pause this time.
No. Freaking weird. It does say waiting for players.
Like I said.
Okay, bye. Oh, we're okay. Oh, nice. Wee woo!
Watch out!
I am okay forever. Huh,
Look,
we
it's
better go
Tails.
get that. Tails? Yo, Tails is there! Oh, that is cute. That is really cute that like the other players, the characters that you don't play are also on the adventure at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we saw Sonic
Yeah.
and Tails at the beginning. But you were a skin for Sonic, so it like takes it into account that you just kind of a different character.
Yeah, that's true.
That is very cute.
Very nice detail.
Uh-huh. Man, there are people that worked on this game that cared so much.
Ah!
Careful, don't die now. Actually, you can die, it's fine. I already made it.
It's very cute because like it's very clear that there are like passionate people who definitely know what Sonic is.
What are you doing?
Oh, I died.
What'd you do?
Oh, I'm dead. I
I'm
was trying to
dead.
get to the metal that's in the corner over there.
Oh, was it? Oh, well.
Anyway,
Also-
there's people who are dedicated, who are very dedicated to the craft of Sonic that clearly know what to do when making a Sonic game. And then there's parts of this game where it's like RZest only played like one Sonic game, went, "Yep, that's Sonic," and then just winged it for the rest.
Yeah, or just like executives were like, no, that sounds too hard, don't do that. Just do something
Yeah.
simpler and dumb.
This bot. Oh yeah, I don't care for this fucking music.
Let me have a listen.
This was composed by Jun Senoue.
It sounds fine. Don't love it.
Like I very much do not care for this track. Like it's such a nothing track.
Yeah, that's about what it is.
It doesn't I don't feel anything for it. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. God, that trivializes it, having the double jump there.
Yeah, it really does. Oh my god, the hammer just fucking it's basically your insta shield.
I don't know if it gives me a shield, I was just able to immediately jump up to him. Well, no, okay, it's not a shield.
No, it's an insta shield like in Sonic 3. You know when you double when you push when you jump and you do that. Yeah, like that. It's
Right.
basically an insta shield where it just protects you for like an instant.
I think I
All
just
the
hit him.
animation's different for the bunny too.
That's so cute.
There's like he does a little hop and jig. Oh, act Sonic. I guess you have to play as Sonic in this act.
Oh, do I? That's sad. That's annoying.
I guess.
Also, yeah, capitalism will take passion, destroy it, and then blame the worker. That is the case. It's definitely the fans in the corps having different opinions. Act song.
Yep, it looks like it's just you. It's just you.
Just me, baby.
I'm not. Yeah, it's just you. Yeah, fail to join. Yeah, I can't come in.
can't
This
even
one,
play as
This one's
Tails?
all you. This is all you.
Well, now we'll see what the game is like when you're not struggling with the multiplayer.
Oh, it's
Although
a
it
metal
also
boss.
looks like it's
a
just gonna
metal
be-
Sonic fight.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's very much a Metal Sonic fight.
He's even got the thing in the back. That will kill you if you go too far back.
Yeah. It's just a Metal Sonic fight. Fuck, I don't have a double jump. I can't work with this. Oh, okay, bye. Goodbye, Fang the Weasel.
That's not his name.
It is a special
Please let me
doohickey.
play this one game. Please, please let me be here.
I don't know. Nope, just me again.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Ooh. This game. What? So much wasted potential here. Actually, the whole multiplayer aspect was like sort of doomed from the start, but you know.
What if they're doing this because remember when you showed me that Tangle thing that
Yes.
person was working on? Yeah.
Just they saw that and were like, ooh, what if?
Hey, that'd be awesome. What if we made it our own?
I mean, the Tangle thing is still very new, so I don't think so. Like,
So,
like
I said, go ahead.
Like that stuff was like that Tangle video I showed you got like big the day I showed it to you. So I don't think Sega saw that and was like, we have to put that in the game the day for release or whatever, you know? Still not here, alright. What the fuck is happening? Did my Discord just crash? Seriously? Your fucking Discord just crashed. Are you kidding me? Fuck. The game asked if you wanted to go to Act 2 or play Act Sonic, and you picked Sonic, so to be honest, this one isn't a game. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I guess Dia did that. Oh, wait, here I go. Hello? Hello?
Hello, you okay?
Yeah, Discord just crashed for no reason.
I switched it to Rotterdam. On our end.
Okay.
The server. So hopefully Discord should not crash anymore. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
There are mountains behind me.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're gone. That's fine. That was also weird though. Let me look at the performance of my PC. Whew! Oh my
100?
god. Sonic Superstars is
Egg.
wait, it was taking up like a fuck ton a moment ago. Now it's not taking up as much. It's mostly OBS right now. But yeah, my CPU is at 100% usage.
Fuck. Let me take a look at mine. I'm not streaming, but I'm at 31 and 57% of memory because OBS is open and doing things.
Yeah, for me, OBS is doing a lot. I wonder if we should maybe... It's not that hot yet, though. So I guess it's fine. Yeah, that's the de nouveau. Yep. God, I hope they get rid of that fast.
Awesome. So what I was trying to say before your Discord decided to hate you, there's no fire shield in this game, but to compensate,
There's this.
here's this.
Wow.
By the way, that power trivializes a lot of the fucking game.
Yeah, I imagined it would. So wait, if Sonic collected the Chaos Emerald, but we're not playing as Sonic, then how are we gonna get all the Chaos Emeralds together? Also, I know Sonic can turn Super Sonic in this. What about everyone else?
Oh no. No, they do have super forms that was teased in an OST track thing.
Ah, okay. That's cool. I wonder what the bunny's gonna look like.
I am very curious about Super Bunny.
Super Banooey. Move.
Super Bunny.
Banooey.
What's wrong with you, Sonic? Fucking move. What's wrong with
Are
you?
you Banooey? What's wrong with Sonic?
And by the way, your power does not run out unless you use it.
I know. Well, at least I figured. I assumed.
Basically, you could just queue it up.
Oh, fuck,
But you do lose it if you do get hit while it's activated. So it's. Oh, okay.
The selection, okay.
Neat.
Eh. I'm
How are you supposed to fucking dodge that?
just jump at the last moment, I guess.
Jesus.
This is very silly.
It is very silly.
I don't feel super invested in this right now. You know, I often doubt myself when I play something like a new Sonic game. Because I'll go like, not very good. But then on social media, all the Sonic fans are like, I'm thriving, it's beautiful, Sega's done it again! Finally a good new Sonic game! It's like, are you sure? You know?
No.
And I don't mean just like any old Sonic fans, you know, I don't go into the tags and see that, but like, big members of the community, like big content creators or even like people that have worked on the game. Okay, that was on me.
Just instant death through your shield. Jesus.
Yeah. And I just see them being like, oh my god, it is. You know, like I'm having so much fun. I'm loving the game. They've really made a new fantastic Sonic game. And it's like, are you? I mean, it's not that I don't enjoy any of this, but I wouldn't immediately just like blindly praise it like that. You know? They're on the payroll of Big Sonic. I don't think all of the people I'm thinking of are on the payroll of Sonic, but maybe.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking about this, like, from what I watched Mar play of this game, if I said to him, if I was playing this game, like, I would probably give this game, like, a 6 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, that's not a bad score in my opinion.
No,
because that means
it's fine.
it's worth playing. It's worth taking a look at, but it's not anything special. It's not anything worth like your time.
It's fine.
I know it is worth your time. It's worth your time, but it's not worth you know, the hype.
Yeah, yes, I would agree. And it's like, it's I guess most of my complaints right now are just like the multiplayer stuff is jank as fuck, and the performance is bad.
And that's perfectly good arguments and complaints to have, to be honest.
You know, maybe
There are
those
also
people. Sorry, go on.
No, I was also saying there are also major fucking glitches in this game as well.
Oh, I bet. Anyway, Trip was there for a moment.
I saw Trip.
I said Trip. I saw Trip. I'm gonna assume that those people I saw online only played this game in single player and not while also running a bunch of other programs that dragged their computer down, so the Nouveau thing didn't matter as much. Ooh, that sound effect. Why is that so low quality?
They're stuck in the Genesis cartridge.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind it if all the sound effects sounded like that. Hey, we're back. I'm pausing it for a moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Finish my tea.
Yay.
Is the biggest issue the performance? Yeah. So far, I would say, well, or the performance or multiplayer. It's one of the two.
Wait, hang on, my
sure.
controller's not working.
God damn it! Oh, it's a multiplayer.
What the fuck? Probably when you had that hiccup, probably my controller got disconnected somehow, some way.
Maybe, but it's just a Discord thing. Let's see. You do still have a controller connected on my end.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
That's weird.
Wow.
That's it. Wow. I guess it was just trying to like ease you into it.
Ooh, a fog off wall art. Yeah, I guess so. It's a place where you can
I
kind of
love
learn
this mechanic
from.
in Sonic 4. I love this. Wow, this is gonna be a great level for multiplayer.
That's what we said last level too. The last level didn't even have multiplayer. Also, apparently it was a choice between doing Act 2 or Act Sonic. And like...
Well, Act 2, we would have done one or the other.
Right?
Like if we would have been able to do one or the other anyway, so...
Bye.
Awesome. My choice just did not matter.
Oh, come on, whatever.
Let's just go this way.
Yeah, let's just go.
Awesome!
Come
Your choice did not
on,
matter.
dude!
Come
Fuck,
on.
dude!
Here, let's just get out of here. Okay.
Oh, I'm trying.
This game is awesome.
The music's kind of neat.
I love this mechanic.
I wanna like it. It looks nice. I like the visuals of it. And again, I think it works better in multiplayer or single player.
Hi.
Hello. You know, okay, also the why do only one of us gets to have a little butterfly to help us along?
That is also a very good question. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, why? Again, it just doesn't feel like multiplayer should be a thing here. The game doesn't seem built for it. Oh, where do I go? What happened to me? What happened to me?
I'm fucking shredding, dude.
Awesome. I'm gone.
I'm
Oh, there I
fucking
am.
balling. Okay. Oh wait, that's the enemy from Sonic 1 that they scrapped, remember?
Oh yeah. Nice.
Where am I?
Sonic fans have just learned to lower their expectations a lot. I fucking haven't, and I'm a Sonic fan. I'm a very big... I am literally a Sonic OC right now. I am a Sonic fan.
What did they want us to do?
I don't know. I can't fucking see because it's too dark.
Cool.
Like, just because Sonic games have a record of not being that good doesn't mean that I'm going to settle for less.
What do you... Okay. I'm just gonna let you go. Because
Yeah. This is... Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my god. I bet you this game would combi ring shit. You can't tell me that there wasn't a part of development where they were considering it.
I do like that it does put you in, like, that those vines do put you in a spin dash state. Because if it had put you in a free fall state, that would have sucked.
It already sucks.
Like a helpless free fall.
Yeah, no, that would suck.
Oh.
What's that sound?
Well, those
What's
are the
happening?
bunnies.
Oh, okay, right.
Just wait until we get out of this fucking fog. Alright.
Oh, thank God. Oof. Oh, okay.
I think this is the boss. Maybe.
I don't know about that. Go.
Okay, there we are.
Where did I go? I just...
Wait, I saw
Ooh,
something
sorry,
right here.
you went too far. Oh, well. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
It's like, oh, I saw something back there.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna come back,
okay.
but then I got blasted in the background. Whee!
I'd like to play the video game, please.
Yeah. Wait.
A bonus.
This is a video game. Okay, now it's boss time.
Wait! No!
No!
Monkey.
Monkey. It's stuck sound
Oh,
effects? What's going
I
on?
remember this. I remember this boss from the Gamescom demo.
Yeah, me too. Ow.
Hey, You can't hurt him.
I can kill
He has
him.
to hurt himself.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You can double jump. Get here.
I get he ass.
Idiot. Idiot. What an idiot.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, he's definitely aggroing you.
Yeah, he sure does. Is.
Oh, he's balling.
Ooh. Stupid hedge thing, I'm fucking balling. But I figured out, never mind.
Oh, this is fucking. Those are the fucking missiles from Studiopolis or whatever.
Oh, Splatoon.
Cool. I'm dead.
I'm
I
dead.
can't come back. That's cool.
Well, it's during boss fight, so fair enough, I suppose. Yay!
Oh. Hey.
Oh,
Oh, he's almost there.
Crazy
Oh, he's
move.
gonna do this one more time.
Oh, nice.
Thank God. Oh my God.
Yahoo! First to try, I'm so good at this. Yeah, Mamma Mia! Oh, that's a good
This
spicy
is
boss fight.
Mario.
I'm sorry.
That's not Mario.
You're right.
Where did you go?
What happened?
Huh?
I wasn't looking. What just happened? Huh? What? Huh? What? What?
Just-
What is happening?
Yeah. Cool.
What is happening?
I love video games.
What?
What are we doing? Don't tell me we have to do this again.
God damn it. Fuck, dude.
You're kidding me. You are fucking kidding me. What is going on?
God. Also, Sage is also, like, it's just for all indie games, but it used to be a Sonic
Oh,
thing.
and we have
no rings.
No rings.
That's okay, because I'm really good.
So we gotta do this raw.
I will. Don't even fucking worry about it, bud.
You're so good at this game.
Thank you. Never mind. Game said first try, huh? First try, huh? You want to beat this first fucking try?
Zoe has tempted fate.
Yeah. God, the fucking pausing thing is so weird too. This game's a
It is
fucking
so
mess.
weird. I don't understand why it does that.
No, it's so weird.
We can skip this. Get out of the way! I like how they gave Sonic the drop dash so that he can have a unique property.
Yeah, that's nice.
Whoa!
Amy's spin dash looks very delightful to me.
Ow.
Look at the colors on that. It's very
He's
fun.
gonna start doing his fucking...
Or is he? He did.
How? How are you
Ow.
supposed to
Oh
fucking
god, the
dodge
audio.
that? How the fuck are you supposed to dodge that?
Oh no, my ring.
Missiles. I'll stay on the side so I can... I missed. That's cool. That's great. Thank you, Sonic
I can't
team.
see anything.
Every ring. Ah. Alright, you stay
Eggman
on one
pole
side, I'll
dance
stay on the
mecha.
other side. Ow. My ring!
The ring.
My ring's
No.
going. It's fine. We just gotta win. Hit that. Yeah.
What the fuck is that move? What are you doing, dude?
Oh, watch out. Idiot.
Dumbass.
Okay.
Fucking Christ, are you serious? There we go. Okay, I'm going to not do anything for a bit.
Yeah, these bosses are not speedrun friendly. I've seen in action that you can't like just get on top of a boss and just bounce on his head over and over
Yeah,
again.
no.
The game does not allow this. The bosses do have iframes, and it sucks.
Very annoying.
Can we actually win this time?
I assume so.
Thank God.
Okay, we're good.
Wee.
Now, the same boss again! Okay, after this I gotta do some eggies though. Haha, we've seen that. In
Oh, that's
like,
from
teasers and
Mania,
stuff.
the Mania Adventures.
Yeah, I know. Which is a very cute reference. Well, up we go!
Sky Temple Zone.
Skemple. Nope, whoop.
It's Scremple. Oh, wait, what's going on?
I'm doing egg.
Egg.
Let's see. Box the Bee. Ghost of Christmas Future. Meme Mixtape. And Ayo Hell! Hi Hell,
Hi,
how
Hell.
you doing? Good to see you.
Hey Zoe,
Yeah?
can you tell me how your day was?
Oh, now, hey, oké. Wacht, ik kan niet focussen als hij niet op pauze staat. Ik heb niet heel veel gedaan vandaag. Ik heb geprobeerd te tekenen. Ik heb met jou deze collab opgezet en zo. En nog wat andere dingen gedaan voor een collab. Ik heb een beetje Left 4 Dead mods zitten te downloaden. Dat is heel grappig en zo. Ik had met... Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
And I hung out with a friend and we had a little bit of a feels talk.
I'm so happy I understood every word of that.
That's great.
But I'm glad you had a good day.
Yeah. Ooh. Cloud, okay. The aesthetic of this...
The only words...
Yeah, Left 4 Dead, yeah.
Yeah, the only words I ever made out from that was Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Oops. Oh, wait.
Cool, okay. Ooh, I'm playing Sonic.
Knuckle!
Knuckle, awesome. Left 4 Dead is the first game in the series. Oh, sorry, I meant Left 4 Dead 2.
It does remind me of the special stage music from CD.
Yes, actually. No. Ah! What is happening? Oh, there's you.
You can hold the button. So if you tap the button on those bombs, and you don't like fully like latch into it, you can
What? Okay, good.
you could just do some tech and like just latch onto it before it explodes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, what new power will we earn? Vision.
Vision.
Finally, we'll have eyes. A third eye, perhaps? It
I'm
is
gonna be- I'm
purple,
gonna-
after all.
Hey.
Wow.
I think this power is kind of useless.
Yeah, this sounds stupid and dumb.
Like we don't need that power.
We can now see. We no longer have to sneef snorf our way around anymore. And yet my nose keeps sneefing and snorfing for some reason today. Oh, I have died.
Oh, we're right. This is fucking Breakout.
Oh, it's Breakout. That's kind of cute. And I'm gone again. You just walk away and that kills you, I guess.
Don't mind me. You know, it's funny because like, you know, the moment I go off screen, it just kills me.
Yeah, you're just gone. You have no chance of recovery.
Cool.
And like, this wouldn't matter that much in like a Mario game where you move fairly
just bubble.
slowly. Yeah, well, that you can bubble, but also you move much slower through the stages, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if we were to do that and you get left behind a bit, I would just be like, oh, I'll just stop for a second. But that is super unnatural in a Sonic game.
Ow.
Where did I go? Okay.
I want out! I want out!
Let me out of here! I'm fucking scared! Yes, I'm leaving! I've left! I'm gone.
Are you fucking serious? I'm trapped here?
Can I leave? Nope. If I leave, I just... Oh my god.
It prioritizes me over you. That's stupid.
But it prioritizes me for
Fuck
the camera.
this! No, I'm out! I'm out!
Oh, this is big sucks. Is there
You know
something
what?
back there?
You know, in fact, fuck this level!
Can I do it? Can I use powers? No? Okay. And I'm gone. Ugh. Oh,
we're going in there.
yep, we're going. Mario games are linear, have very little verticality unless the level's gimmick and slow. All things that you'd have to have a fucking brain tumor to say about Sonic. Yeah. Sonic levels are very well. Goodbye. Oh, hi. Sonic games are open-ended. Yeah, that's okay. Sonic games are open-ended, very fast and wild. And unless you have split screen, not well suited to multiplayer at all. Wait, can you not? Wait, hold on. Try again. We cannot select the same power.
No, we cannot.
How weird.
No. Oh wait, what? Oh, there's something. Wait, what is that? Oh,
Elevator.
elevator. Elmervator.
Okay.
How do you use the power?
X.
Oh, X?
Yes. You
I
select
hate
it
that
first
I'm
and then
struggling with this fucking thing.
you select it and then you. There you go.
Wow. How useful is this power?
It's so situational, but you
kills
won't
me.
know how situational it is. Because you
We're going up
you don't
this
know
time.
where the hidden objects are unless you use it. That's so bad. Why is Concept Bunny Sonic here? She's allowed. Yeah, she's allowed. Also, she's pre-transition. I hope they make a mod where she's post-transition.
Yeah,
She deserves
played
it.
Miku Hatsune.
Her name's Mika, I think. Which is fun. I know a trans person named Mika.
Wow. Cool.
You died.
I love living. I love living life
This is a mess.
and flourishing. Like I'm having fun because you know I'm with my
Yes.
friend and I'm having fun.
Yes, of course. Me too.
This game's not fun.
No, this is a fucking mess. This sucks. It's very bad. Again,
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking? Again, like when I was playing as just Sonic, I definitely felt. Why did it focus on
What do
you?
you mean?
You felt your death. Why would the camera focus on you? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. God.
I'm out.
Yeah, I wish I could
out.
follow you, but I
Fuck
cannot.
this. I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, no,
I'm
you're
out.
right.
I'm out. I'm out. Fuck this
Oh, I
level.
get
Fuck
that.
this level.
Okay,
Fuck
never
this
mind.
level. Fuck this 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 level.
That was good. Great job. Oh, look, there's robots.
Fuck this level.
Fuck this level, dude.
It's Eggs
Hey,
Man.
Egg. Hello, Sonic. You're not Sonic. Yeah, you can just skip everything.
It's Dr. Robotnik. Nobody calls me that anymore.
My name is now
Well, I
Eggman.
guess it's just you and me, Sonic.
I'm not Sonic.
Oh. What do I call you then?
Mika.
What are your
Okay.
pronouns?
Well, I'm trying she, her, but
Yeah, you're not Sonic. Pronouns?
you're not Sonic. Get the fuck out of here.
What are your pronouns
Also,
so I can
this
call
game
you
is-
a bitch properly?
This game, like, it genuinely tells, like, basically, it, like, demeans you from using the powers against bosses. Like, sometimes I don't understand.
It demeans you? What do you mean?
Like, it basically,
God.
if you try to use like the meteor power right now,
Uh-huh.
it'll basically be like, why? No, let's play the fucking boss. Like, here, I'll show you. Like,
Wait, that seems to work, I guess.
oh, it's working now.
You
Wow, I
had
got
heard
2 hits on him.
differently?
That's
Yeah.
all right.
Hurry up
wow,
and tell me your pronouns so I can crush you.
I'm trying to get my rings back. God damn it!
Full
Fuck.
power.
This is a good game.
Yeah.
Anyone who said that Arzus did a good job is fucking lying to you.
Yeah. They did a good job.
Like I hate to be that kind of person, but the physics in this game weird and not Sonic Mania by any fucking means.
No, definitely not. Again, the visuals are nice.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I will give it credit for that.
And it's certainly not the worst. Okay, bye. Oh, hi.
Here you go. Like, see? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Why does he
that
have
sucks.
iframes? I should
That
just be
was
able
bad.
to nuke him, like, right there.
Yep.
It's targeting you, so I'm just gonna stay down here.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna use the clone power on him next.
I can do
Oh,
that.
you do that. Get his ass.
Oh, I died.
Wow.
Or I got hurt.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead.
Well, we have 1 hit now. We better
2
get down-
hits because
get
there's
down
2
here.
of us. Oh god.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stay down here since it's targeting you.
Ooh, okay.
Can we use the power again?
No, I can't. I got hit while I was using it, so I can't use it anymore. I can still use this one
Oh,
though.
come on! That's horseshit.
Ugh, fuck, dude.
Like, I understand that they're trying to make this game very story based, and that's fine and all. But you know, if like they really want you to play the boss fight, I get that. But that's not how Sonic games work.
Yeah, no, boss fights tend to be pretty fast in Sonic games. Pretty quick.
Like the fucking name implies, it is a Sonic speed. I have no rings again. Oh wait. There we
You
go.
get some. Missouri is dead. She died. What? Dude, hold on a second. What about the Heavy is dead, but it's my models and U-bots and stuff. And some friends.
Oh, that'd be funny.
That'd be fun.
Oh, good. I can't use my power right now. That's great. Thank you, boss. Thank you, RSS.
Why not?
I'm gonna be wasting that power.
Yep, that was it.
Cool! 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 Can I have that back, please? Nope. Okay. This is a great boss fight. I'm glad RSS made a fucking quality Sonic game. Sonic is back, baby! Sonic is back!
We're so oh, fuck. That was on me. Soviet's Heavy, Diaz NG, Hell is Spy. That's what I got so far. Good.
I think
Did I just
Jody
steal all your...
would
I'm
be...
so sorry. I just steal all sorry.
It's fine. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking of TF2.
Yeah. Who would Jody be?
I think Jody would be, I'm trying to think.
I feel like you would be Soldier, honestly, and Jody would be Engineer.
I think, no, she would be Sniper. She'd be Sniper.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Okay, get some rings here.
Okay, I got a ring.
I feel like you
can't
should
click
just
and
work
right
on
stick
survival, and I should be the one focusing on hitting because I can do the double jump.
That's true. I can't push and right stick anymore for some reason. That's cool.
Cool.
I can use the bumpers though. I can use the bumpers to select the power.
I didn't even know you could do that.
All right. I'm just gonna focus on getting back up there.
Cool.
We both have one ring. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not the worst. It's
here.
just fucking annoying. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, no, it is very fucking annoying. Oh yeah, we've been over this before. If Zoe died, I would definitely be at fault. Yeah, that's true. Jody would be Engineer.
Oh yeah, it's true. Oh god, he's gonna do the homing attack or whatever.
Cool.
Hit him. Hooray. And you can't hit him doing this. Oh, I did it!
Oh, thank God he's
oh,
dead.
thank fucking God.
Oh, thank fucking Christ, he's dead. Oh,
Cool.
great! Love this game.
What a video game. Anyway, there's robots in the background and stuff. Ooh, what's up with that?
We should go to the main menu. I don't know how many medals we've been collecting, but we can go to like a shop or whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
The team got to Act 1.
Thought I heard things. The team, that's cute.
Let's
that it's
return
the team.
Yeah,
I just click next.
He's stealing a robot!
No! What? He's stealing them? Yay, balloons.
Where are we going next? I love
This
balloons.
game sucks. I hope it explodes. I mean, I hope it gets better. But Queen staring directly
Yeah.
at the screen, jump scare. I hope someone got a screenshot or a couple of that or something. Because I want to see that. I was looking behind me because I heard a noise and I thought it was gonna get. I thought it was getting. Yeah, thought I was getting haunted and stuff.
Here, before we do this level, I want to go back to the.
Stop.
I want to go back to the world map.
Yes.
Yeah. We know that a portion of this game's act will be deleted. Ooh.
We won't be able to play it again. It's deleted.
Can't believe that.
Tenebris Forge. Thanks. Did we get any? No,
New
that's it.
products arrived
Thank
in
you
the
for your
shop.
egg.
Metal Sonic Blue.
Blue. Is that Blue
I got
Metal Sonic
blue.
or Metal Sonic and Blue?
Do you have the so the robot parts can be customized, and each part can be sprayed with a color. Like, so you can buy multiple colors.
Ah, okay. So we like the blue color. Got it. Yay! Yay! Yay!
Look how fucking expensive this shit is, though.
Oh God! Jesus Christ! Yeah. God. Hopefully you can earn them like in the competitive mode then. Mad Fighter Arms, that's fun.
Oh, that's those I think that's from Sonic the Fighters. Maybe is that the mech that Eggman has? I think.
Oh, it might be actually. Yeah. I think you might be
He
right.
has a hammer. I think think he has a hammer. Hang on.
Look it up, yeah.
Eggman, Sonic the Fighters. No, he has claws for arms.
Well, with the Met Fighter legs are claws. Ooh. What does that mean, huh?
No,
Nothing. That means nothing.
Yeah, his model only has claws. I was misremembering.
What's a Met Fighter
Clown head?
This doesn't ring a bell. I don't think that's anything. This one's cute though. I like the robotic bear head.
But we can't fucking purchase it.
Nope.
Can't even purchase that. What the fuck? Oh, we
I
own
own
that.
one. Wait, so that means that like you're basically like buying templates like that you can customize?
I guess.
That's
I
kind of
guess.
annoying. Also another
If you
egg
want-
for Akai.
Egg.
Wow.
Egg.
Oh, and a Sonic thing at some point.
What is
Bunny, but I don't have Bunny isn't a thing. We don't have a bunny.
There is no bunny.
Ghost of
We have
Christmas
Sonic,
Future. We
that's
don't
close
have.
enough.
We don't have Bunny. I feel like Ray the Squirrel would be like a bit closer, maybe. To a
Ray's
bunny.
sort of like a bunny.
Yeah, Ray's sort of like a bunny. Ray,
Bony.
a banooey. There you go.
It's a bony.
No.
Oh,
So
we
wait,
can also do
Can we
these.
go here?
Since we have fruit.
Okay.
These acts are a way to
I
rack
also
up
don't have cream.
medals.
Sorry. Right.
The bony.
Can you do them once or? Can you just do them once or what?
What do you mean?
Like, can we redo these to get more medals, or can you just do it once?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but you need fruit to play them.
Okay. And can you regain more fruit from old acts again?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, let's get a lot of points.
That would be a bit preferable. Hey, you know,
Oh, here's the metal balloon. Yeah.
this is the best multiplayer has been. This during this level where that is an
It's slow.
auto scroller. Yeah, where the camera just scrolls by itself. We can't get in each other's way. How good.
Egg.
Although I never felt like we got in each other's way. It's always just been that the game is just getting in our way.
Yeah, the game just kind of sucks.
Yeah, a little bit, huh?
This game is so sucks.
This game is so
stupid
sucks.
I want chicken. I want fried chicken. I want Bojangles.
Stop. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
I'm assuming Gauntlet
Wow.
is Amy and Dia is a rabbit. Who is Rabbit? The rabbit is Mika, and this is her pre-transition. She's canonically trans, and they didn't put her post-transition form in this game, which is pretty transphobic.
Emergency vehicle.
What? Yes, I want to know what that is. I hope it's a body. It looks like a scrap bod.
It's an
Oh, it's an
accessory.
accessory, okay.
Oh, we can beat
For-
Ape Escape.
Oh yeah, that's cute. I'm like kind of kidding with the transphobic thing, by the way. It's not.
Yeah, it's-
I mean, she is
a
canonically.
joke.
She is canonically a girl now.
Yeah.
So she is semi-canonically trans. Because.
Oh yeah. Did you notice that this act only had one act?
Yeah, what's up with that actually?
I don't know.
That's weird.
Ours just didn't feel like making two.
I guess not. I guess so.
Oh, we can do fruit.
Well, no. Let's just do
Let's just
the
play
level.
the act.
Yeah. Yeah, she makes a cameo in the comics as a little figure of an idol, but specifically, you know, that means like it is mentioned that she's like a real person, right? I also think that she is mentioned just in dialogue one other time. But yeah, she is just
The
like
music,
she's just an idol now.
yeah.
And we
the
never.
music in this level. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'll just finish my thought. Is like I don't think she's ever mentioned outside of the context of being a female idol now. Like we never. I don't think there's ever mention of her as like a not as a girl. So whether or not she is canonically trans is up for debate. But she is canonically a girl now. And if she is appearing here in like the old masculine form, then yeah, she is canonically trans. This is pre-transition, not decided.
I think she is trans. I think this is canonical information.
Yes,
You
I think
can't
so.
change my mind now.
Nope, sorry.
What I was saying is that this music was composed by I forget his name, but he did the cyberspace levels in Frontiers.
Oh, well, those are the best music parts of that game, maybe. No, it's the boss fight songs.
No, I want to play pinball.
We will play pinball. Ooh. Oh, we are playing pinball.
I'm having so much fun playing pinball. I love pinball.
Yay! Yahoo! Why is my nose so itchy today? What is going on?
Sorry, that's me.
I mean, it might be because it only started once I like
Egg.
got started with the stream and stuff.
Oh, hey, a new power.
New power.
This is like Studiopolis and Carnival Night.
Correct.
Correct.
The Sonic Pinball remake with the Queen. Ow. I want to be in
we
Sonic
didn't get
Pinball.
hurt.
That'd be funny. Yay!
Sonic Spinball, more like Sonic Shitball. What were they thinking?
No, Sonic Pinball Party on the Game Boy Advance is what we're talking about. Sorry.
that one's okay.
I like the part where Sonic like threatens to kill Knuckles.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Water! Wow.
Water.
Water.
I'd love to be
Earth.
ROM hacked into
Fire.
a Sonic game. Turn into liquid. Damn, just like chaos.
Liquid!
Liquid.
Liquid! Liquid!
What is this form? You know what this is though? This is just damn. I wish we had. Oh my god.
I saw that. Do it again.
Well, dang it. But this is just the wisp powers, but they don't know how to do wisps in Sonic in Classic Sonic, so they're just
Yeah.
doing this. Inexplicably, the Chaos Emeralds just give you superpowers now. Aside from the
Yeah.
superpowers that they already gave you.
The real superpower of 2! I died.
Bye. I died.
Awesome. You know what? I don't feel like going that way. I'm going this way. Goodbye. Good fucking video game!
Woo! I'm a little water thingy.
What does it do? Absolutely fucking nothing.
The spell has become fruit gummy. Also, someone said earlier that the vision one actually gets selected automatically when you're near a place where you can use it, which
That's okay.
I guess it's good. Woo.
Wee. Oh, what's going on
Okay,
here?
bye.
Okay.
Oh my god, we're actually in sync right now. Never mind.
I'm faster because I'm Sonic the Hair.
No, I just didn't reject fast enough.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
Whee! Wow, my
Clown!
little dash doesn't do much.
You just gotta charge it up
Hold
more
on
like
here.
me.
No, I was using drop dash.
Oh. Let's
Let's go, Zoe.
Let's
go, my
go,
friend.
Daya. Let's go, my friend. Bye.
Awesome. It's okay. I will avenge you. I'll play this shitty game for you.
Thank you. You will
You're
play
back.
You will play the shitty games that suck ass.
Oh, I'm dead.
Whoa, don't worry, I'll avenge you. Yay.
Yay. Where are we going? Where are we
Somewhere.
dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping, gang? Have you been playing a lot of Fortnite lately? Ow.
No.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been grabbing me. Like, ever since Goku Black came out, I was like, well, I'd never have to buy anything ever again.
I don't know. For me, I don't know. Played too much of it, maybe. Oh, bye.
Maybe. Okay.
It's so funny.
It's okay.
This is this is kind of my favorite part. Can I be honest with you?
Really?
Yeah. In multiplayer, at least, it's funny.
Yeah, it's just easy.
It's funny, silly, and like we don't like the camera. We don't constantly get like killed by the camera,
That's
you
true.
know. And also,
That is
yes,
true.
Daya's pronouns are they them.
That's yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I wish I had a little sticker that I could just stick on myself, so that people could like. I appreciate people asking before just assuming, but the asking does get a little bit tiring sometimes.
Yeah, I get that. I can imagine.
Ah,
Whoa, clown!
Rocco, what are you doing here?
Rocco, what the fuck, dude?
What is? Oh, wait, is that how we killed him?
Oh, sure,
Oh.
okay.
Oh.
Yay.
Ah.
Also, Daya, I gotta ask,
Yes.
because people don't ask for my pronouns. Do I pass?
I think so. I mean, it's in the name.
What?
If anything else.
Oh, like queen.
Like,
I
like-
guess. But even then.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pass.
Okay. I'm not like specifically asking for validation. I'm just asking because I'm genuinely curious because we were talking about that on stream recently that
Chat.
people
Chat.
just
Does
think
Zoe pass correct answers only?
honest answers only. You be a rat. Oh, nice.
This boss sucked.
Yo! That boss was fine. It was nice and quick. Look at this piggy. Down.
He's so huge.
He's so big. You know?
Nikki says, "Not gonna lie, I envy your voice. I wish I passed that much."
Thanks. Why is Sonic on the picture?
What stream suggestions? What were we talking about?
What? Stream suggestions?
It says, I'm putting that in stream suggestions before you can. What is
Oh,
that? For?
having pronoun stickers for my co-hosts.
Oh, that's true.
That would be good. I've seen that on some other VTubers streams.
Also, I need to push A. I need to push A. But
you
Mildly
do have to
Cloudy
push A.
did pick it. Mildly Cloudy did pick up what my avatar literally is, a fucking MV
Oh yeah,
flag.
it's just an MV flag, yeah. But I don't know. It's
Oh,
why? It's
you know
not
this
that I
level
don't.
reminds me of? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's not that I don't value chat's opinion when they tell me that I pass. It's just, I don't know. I have a hard time believing it still, so I just keep asking more people. It's like, do I?
No, I understand that.
You know. So like, if you didn't know me, and you were to hear my voice, would you think like, oh, that's just a cis woman? You know?
You know,
Because that's what some people tell me.
I'll tell you what. When I first met Andu, like when I first walked into his stream, I thought he was like a cis gay guy.
That's great. Honestly, yeah. Same actually. What about
I don't
me?
like this little. I didn't question it. Like I didn't question your. I take people's like at face value. Like this is my friend Zoe, and like the fact that you said, "Oh, my name is Zoe." Oh, okay. Now I know. Like your name is fucking Zoe.
No, but that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about my voice.
Oh, your voice is fine. Oh, what? What? What was going on there?
That was weird. I don't know.
I'm getting overstimulated by this fucking level.
This is yeah. We can play pinball now.
I do agree that you do sound feminine.
Yay. Makes sense though, it's a constant state of whiplash when you realize you start passing. Yeah, pretty much.
Look at this shit ass. Oh yeah, look at the background. Look at this giant ass Eggman.
Oh yeah, that's a weird fucking Eggman statue.
Yeah. Oh, thank God and something that I can actually parse.
Yeah. I figured like something to take our mind off of that chaos. This
wish
fucking
chaos was here.
bonus stage. Honestly, that'd be fun.
This level's nice.
Yeah.
You know, I know this this sounds crazy, but I think this is harder in single player.
Yeah, because then you can.
Oh, I thought I died.
Because if you die in well, no.
If you die in Sonic, you die in real life.
You die in real life. So it doesn't matter if you pass, you do, but like you have such a good voice, you have an amazing vocal range, a great singing voice, and whistling pipes to rival church organ, that's true. I think you have it pretty good. I know. I mean, I'd like to pass, obviously, but I'm just like, it's not necessary, but like if I can, then that'd be nice. And if some people tell me I pass, then I'm like, do I though? You know, like now I'd like to know. I'd like to try, you know? Oh, whoops, I was not paying attention.
You're fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
bye.
don't move.
Well, I was afraid.
I skipped.
End
I
of
have
statement.
skipped half the level.
Great job. What the fuck is this?
Pinball.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know yet.
Oh wow! I didn't fucking realize. Wow! Holy shit! Pinball? What's pinball? I don't fucking know that.
A foreign concept to me.
Oh, can we just take the bottom path?
Yeah.
On the
Let me go.
Going top path is not fucking worth this
Ow.
level. All right, bottom path. Let's go.
Let's just not try. No, I'm being sent into the top path. Fuck.
That's fine.
Ooh. I gotta do that stretchy and stuff in a bit.
Okay. Oh! Bye, Joey.
Bye.
Goodbye, Zoe.
Goodbye, Dia.
Wait, it's telling me to go up, I think. Uh-oh.
What just exploded? What's happening?
Oh, I died. Oh, by the way, fuck this level. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It seems fair. Take a sippy.
Okay.
Yeah, that was worth it.
Awesome game punishes you for using power.
Yep. Like it gives us the power up and then, you know. You guys are enjoying this game then?
I'm enjoying playing with my friend.
Yes, no, positive.
Okay.
I really think this game suffers from the multiplayer. The game side. Obviously, again, we are having fun together, but it doesn't make the game any more fun at all. Now there are some little rewards to take care of. A couple eggs. Whoops. Reader 63, Turingerine, and Fret Fox.
Egg.
Oh, and also
Reader
time
is
to
a-
fry.
Reader is a fucking real one. I see that. I see Reader and like waiting to snipe my first in every stream that I have.
Nice. And a potential Sonic sticker, I think. Yes. Datum sticker on Dia. Just kidding. Omega. Nice. All right, I'll give you an Omega sticker. I made this one myself.
Oh my god, no. Oh my god, Jody. Yeah. I saw someone on Twitter say that this was on par, if not better than Sonic Mania. That person needs to be like, you know,
Executed.
I didn't want to say that. I was trying to like figure out my words. I was going to say studied in a lab. Like,
Listen, we advocate for killing people on this channel.
I didn't want to say like euthanized or something.
That sounds a bit more serious still than killing.
That's yeah.
Wait, no, don't
Look,
do that.
I'm gonna go
We
up
know
here.
it doesn't work.
No, I'm gonna go up here. Listen. I'm gonna go up here because I did see something that I want. Yeah, right here.
Okay, all
This
right.
is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to do. Where'd I go?
I
Literally
don't
jumping.
know. What the hell just happened? Ooh, this fucking game.
Egg.
This game is awesome.
This game is
All right, I'm gonna go back up there. I'm gonna go back
Just
up
a second,
there.
just a second.
Sure.
Another egg for Jade of Space. Thank you, Homestuck fan. I assume.
All right, I'm going back up there.
Goodbye. Game said die.
No, we're not doing that. We're doing this. All right. Now just be careful. I'm gonna go down here. Ow.
Where did I go? I just jumped
Staying-
up.
staying
Are you
top
fucking
half.
serious? Fucking Christ, dude.
We're at the boss. I skipped like fucking the entire level.
Same
It's
here.
fine.
God.
God.
If Mania had online play, the multiplayer would have probably worked a lot than this game. A lot
It would
better
have
than
worked a
this
lot
game?
better.
It would have
I
been
think it would
better.
have worked a lot better because it would have worked like the Tails mode, you know?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you have to get on that. Oh wait, you could just jump up there.
Probably, yeah. And
Just-
again, I keep saying
why-
this. If they had just had online, actual online, and split screen, it would have been better. You're not gonna need that.
Amy really does
Amazing.
just trivialize a lot of the bosses.
Yeah,
I
which I'm
fucking
fine
hate this
with.
game.
It looks nice. The game
They
looks
want you to play
nice.
the bosses, but yet they make a character that trivializes the bosses. What do they want?
Big pig again. Big pig.
Wait, where did I go?
Yeah, where
Where
are
did I
you?
go?
Oh god, we better not
No.
be getting the same issue again.
No. Okay, it's
I think
fine.
it's fine
I
because
just- it
I'm player
disappeared.
one.
I disappeared out of existence. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. It looks nice.
Yeah, the bosses should not have invincibility frames. I'm sorry.
No, no, absolutely not. It's
Wait,
extremely annoying.
Where
Where am I going?
Here, I want to check something. Okay, there's no vision here yet. I'll actively like look out, see if vision is pointing.
Well, apparently
this
vision gets auto-selected when you get close to somewhere where you can use it.
Yeah, that's what I hear, and that's fine.
So says chat.
I wonder who made this music. I wonder who made this music.
I did. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. What?
Oh, you had to mash A.
Oh, okay.
Whoa! Wait, there's water in this level.
Oh, that means we can turn into Wawa.
Let's see. Yeah, you go ahead. Go, my friend, go.
This is not the right water. You're fucking kidding me. Come on, dude. Wrong water,
Water
sorry.
power-up does not work with water.
Only works with some of the water. See, this water here, it would work here, I think. Try
Okay,
it.
yeah, I can, but now you can't use it.
You
Oh,
can.
wait, can I use it? Oh,
Nope,
no,
I guess
can't.
not. Fucking Christ, dude. Fuck, that sucks. God, that's dumb. Just only works with some water.
Also, oh,
Yeah,
I
okay,
wanna go in
let's,
there.
yes, please.
Another thing is I noticed is that in this game, it has the Sonic 1 speed cap. What the fuck is going on here?
Whatever. Incorrect water, die.
It does have the Sonic 1 speed cap, which kind of is doo-doo. Poo-poo, pee-pee. Hate that.
Yeah, it makes more sense, because... Oh! Woo!
Yeah, touch the
D
T.
D Lily D D. Thank you very much for a subscription. Thank you. It makes sense that it would have it here though because it's multiplayer, so that makes it easier to stay together. Not easy, clearly, but you know. Well, what's that?
Gotta touch the T.
Ooh,
For
whoa.
transgender.
That's true. And I know that the superpowers refresh every checkpoint. I know that, but it's just so annoying that only some of the water is okay to use the water power up on.
Yeah.
Only works on filtered or tap water. Oh,
No.
bye. Well, we died.
We probably could have gotten that if we were more careful.
Oh, of course.
Oh well.
They wouldn't put it there if you couldn't
T
get
is
it,
for
I
two.
hope. Wait, no. No, I want it.
Oh, what's going on? What's up? Oh,
I was trying
no,
to
we
do
already
that,
have
but it didn't want to do it for some reason.
It did it.
Yeah, but it didn't do it at first. I was just jumping for no reason. Pawn skate. I love pawn skates. They're such funny little buggies.
Oh, I was see if I was gonna if we could go up there, but I guess not.
That's my favorite part of the game, where we don't, where it can't fuck itself over.
Whoa! Can we do that, water? Huh?
Can we do that?
Can we do that one? No.
Huh?
I start choking RSS. Can we do that fucking water? Huh? Wee.
Ooh. Hey, yay!
Can we go this way? Oh, okay, we're going that
I
way.
assume we have to go this way. Oh, don't hit that one.
Uh-oh.
Don't do what I just did.
It's fine, we'll wait for it.
Oh, I didn't know you could wait for
It's
it.
fine.
Amazing. You're
Yeah.
amazing. You're truly incredible.
My
An inspiration
brain's
to
so
us all.
huge.
Everybody loves you.
Wow.
You're being voted next president.
No way.
Good luck. Of the Sonic fan club.
Oh, of the Sonic family. Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's
That's
happening?
cool too. Where do we go?
Back.
Where do we go?
Back. Oh, well, not anymore.
Uh-oh.
Oopsie oopsies.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's fine.
Let's
it's
get
fine.
out of here.
Let's go doodle. There it is.
There we
Hey,
go. Where is the final?
It might be this way.
Here? Oh, it's over there.
Yes, get it. Ooh.
Oh, I see what it wants us to do. It-
No, you died. Come on. No. Okay.
It's fine, just wait it out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait it out.
And don't touch that dial. Don't touch that wall. Okay, and go.
Yay!
Yeah!
Yay!
Oh man.
Hey, that was fun. I had fun.
Zoe Gauntlet Queen. Now with the nouveau anti-tamper DRM, future streams have been canceled due to computing resources. The lack of computing resources. So true.
So true, so real. Whee!
Oh, we're at the boss already.
Oh, hello. Oh, this boss appears. This boss is just kind of here the moment we get here.
We're just kind of chilling.
Yeah,
Ow.
it's nice.
Hey, no. That's gonna hurt. Kill him.
Kills you. Oh, the animation on this thing is jank. You silly Dia, we can't hit it yet. There we go.
Kill this motherfucker. Kill this motherfucker. Kill
Great
this
job.
motherfucker. I don't want to fight this guy.
I don't want to do anything, Wobblers.
I want to play fast. I want to do fast. Like Sonic.
When I hear this music, I just want to listen to
yes.
Hydro City music. It just sounds like
Dude,
Disco and Hydro City.
I would love to. I would love to mod in like Mania Hydro City music.
Yes,
in this
that'd be
game.
very, very good. Jellyfish. Jellyfish fucking died.
Just like Tentacruel.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
What? Huh? What was that?
They had set up a trap for us, but then it didn't work. Although the
Well,
cut,
like,
the cut was very weird.
That's what I was. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, that was very strange. For a moment, I was like, "Oh no, they glitch again," but no, that's fine. Intended experience.
Oh, it's Amy level, so have fun with that. It's
Yay,
all
a
you
me
this time.
level. Wow, she collected a little apple and is so happy.
Chat, this is the part where I put the controller down.
What is this?
And I can do myself a little bit of a stretch. Oh,
That's good, that's nice. Oh, I see that Derek has been granted a hat. I should probably do that also. Let me just go ahead.
Wow.
A little hat for Derek, eh? Polar stars. I don't know if you ask for something specific. Unless you say that you did, I will simply give some hat that I think about.
Oh yeah, I have a mega. Did you send me that to put on my head or something?
I did.
Okay, sorry. I
You
didn't see that.
motherfucker,
I was
bitch, asshole.
I was too engrossed in the video game.
And a fantastic video
Where is
game,
it?
of course.
Where do they want me to put that?
Just on
Do you
here.
remember?
Just on
on
here
me?
somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, Derek will get the Knuckles head, so that Knuckles gets to feel like he's also here. Fleep. Wait.
I'm gonna put that on the top of my head. That didn't do anything. There we go.
There we go.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna actually move them around. Like, I'm gonna put one here, one up here. Yeah. Now we have a character for each horn.
Nice. Oh! Oh, that one's is hostile and bad. Oopsies.
The fruit is aggressive.
The fruit is a bitch.
Melon.
I love a melon. I haven't had a melon in so long.
You know what? Amy, you know, fine. It will be fine. You just need to go. Because it's melons.
Yeah. I get it.
I think it's time for you to leave.
Oh god, that fucking
It'll be
idea.
fine. You just need to go.
You just need to go. When is Facade gonna make a return? When are we
I would
getting?
love for them to make like a Facade HD port or something.
Yeah, right. That'd be so good.
I want to say port because you can't really port something that's already on the computer.
True.
Maybe? Well, maybe if it's an
No.
old game, but it still works on modern platforms, so whatever.
I guess.
HD remaster is, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
I would love a full remake.
Absolutely. Like the people who made that game have to know how influential that game was. That like it wasn't
Right.
for the original intent. Not by any means. Like it didn't
No.
meet the original intent of the game, but just how influential
this is a
that game
fucking
is
game,
to
huh?
play.
You seen this? Like,
I love pushing carts. It's like TF2. Just imagines like TF2.
yup.
Push the cart.
tiny cart is not moving. Oh, ring of wire! Wow.
Oh god, I forgot.
What the fuck, dude?
Go and push the cart.
Come on.
I forgot. Oh, it's estrogel.
It's estrogel time. Let's get to the end of this level first. If it exists.
Let's go.
This level takes too long.
So true. Oh, and it's gonna take even longer.
Yay! Wow, amazing.
I don't even get to do anything in this one.
Nope.
If you want to like pause and take a break during the special stage, you can. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What the fuck, dude?
You have to get into those thingies because it's so high up.
I know, I'm trying, but there we go. Ooh.
Damn.
Sonic the Hedgehog from 1991. Thank you very much for following. Why does your game suck so much, Sonic? Target things. God, I can't tell any
This
depths
game is a
in
piece.
this.
Sorry.
I can't tell.
This game is a piece
depths.
of chocolate. I know exactly what they were thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the intent of this level. You have to drop on top of it. What?
How though? It's always too far away.
Oh yeah, get in that ring. Yeah, get the rings.
Dude, you know, I'd love to. Oh, they didn't do anything. Oh, there we go. What do they want me to do?
They want you. Oh wait, you're getting closer. See if you could like, yeah. This game is good.
I'm so glad that Sega finally made a good Sonic game again.
Oh, I was gonna say don't, but oh well.
Whatever, dude.
Awesome. Special stage failed. Fuck you. You don't get shit.
That was so bad. I never felt like I was getting closer to it.
Yeah, it was. It's Sonic.
Sucked. Yeah, Sonic sticker, you got
Sonic wants Sonic.
Sonic wants Sonic. Go in a circle, try to catch it by going in reverse? I mean, maybe, but I feel like that would still be very difficult considering the camera was always focused on the Chaos Emerald. So if I tried to move away from it, you know, I don't know how I would have done that.
It's hard.
But maybe.
It's hard.
Also, why soup? Thank you very much for your egg.
For those who just followed, you can redeem egg for 1 channel point. Because you just got 300 points for following, you can use 1 channel point to get an egg. Mm-hmm. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I don't think you can go in reverse. Well. Zuri to Jekyll, thank you very much for following. Why does this level take so long?
I don't know Sonic fans in here today.
Yeah, why? Don't you know we're out here hating Sonic?
Look. I want to preface this. We do not hate Sonic the Hedgehog.
Not at all.
We don't like
Sonic.
Sega fucking it up.
Yes,
we just don't like Sega
love
fucking
Sonic,
it up.
and we hate Sega for what they're doing. I would not have a Sonic OC model that I'm using right now if I didn't love Sonic.
Dude, I would love to have a Sonic OC model, like for real. I would definitely use. What did I name them? I want to name my fucking OC. Push the cart! Awesome.
Can I go back?
Use the power. Wait, can you use water underwater? Please tell me you can use water underwater.
Oh god, please.
Yes!
Okay,
oh my
alright,
god, an
that's
actual
good.
fucking use for this power!
That's good, yay, okay, thank god. It has a use. Whoop. Not here though. She's a squid kid. Oh look. But hello.
Oh,
hello.
no, Trip's
Aw, wait, why are you
crying.
crying? Aww. Aww.
Oh boy. Did you like going slow? You want to go slower? Wait, go back.
I have to go back. This probably
I don't
late
think
now.
it's gonna be there when you get back.
You never know.
Fuck.
Damn, I wanted to know what it was.
Next goalpost. Next
Wait,
goalpost. I
Look at her,
saw
look at,
Mark
like,
do this.
look at her flailing her arms. That's cute.
Yeah, whenever you jump. I saw. Okay, those fruits are evil. They will kill you.
Clearly.
Whoa! Did you see her fucking glitch out her textures there, like right there?
I did not.
I saw that. Oh my god.
Yes, this is a Yuri moment. Oh god, yeah. They're Z fighting or something. It's weird.
Yeah.
This is a Yuri moment. I've decided I ship them now.
What if we were piggybacking and we were both girls?
I would love that, dude. I fucking love piggybacks. Oh, okay.
I haven't been piggybacked since I was a kid.
Yeah, same. And I haven't piggybacked anyone in a very long time either.
Don't go too fast.
Because as it turns out, if you don't know any kids, because you're an adult who doesn't have kids, it becomes a lot harder to piggyback people because most people you know are grown-up sized and therefore harder to give piggyback rides to.
Okay, Astrogel time.
Yes. Return to world map. Oh.
Give her a hug. Oh, that works too.
Cute. Adorable. That's very cute.
Adorable.
I like that.
I'll have what I'm
So
having.
cute.
Metal
Little
Amy.
Amy. Okay, we gotta look at that and then we can go.
You gotta look at it really quickly, yeah.
And then we take the break.
Aww.
Yay!
She's cute.
That's cute. I gotta unlock
Her
little
little
Amy.
hair spike is weird, but it's cool.
A little, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. This is with the boosters and
I
stuff
guess
on the skirt.
I guess you paint that green,
I guess so, yeah.
and then you paint those pink.
You can give piggyback rides to adults if you're strong. This is why going to the gym and stuff is important. I know, yes, it's true, and I do
That's
work
so
out,
true.
but I haven't been able to work out in a while because of my injury. Lame. Why aren't they sharp? That seems unnecessary and lame.
Ooh.
Cute. Fun.
Jody, I saw what you posted in the group chat. I'm gonna give that to our RxD members because that looks
what
pretty
did she
fucking
send?
good. It's basically they're releasing an update that's like, if you don't want to call somebody out for not following the rules and you're a mod and the streamer's busy or whatever, you basically can like send a private like little alert that says if you don't follow the fucking rules, you're gonna get banned.
Huh. Good. That's nice.
It is pretty nice. All right, I'm giving this to the RxD chat now.
Good. All right. We are now going to my frame rate. We're going to take a 20 or so minute break, during which I will do my estrogel. If you guys have any yippee, if you guys have any medicine that you're gonna have to take, please remember. My hands, damn. Please remember to do so. Also, my hand tracking is definitely not as good right now. It's the Lenovo bullshit, dude. It is remember to stay hydrated, get some snackies, stretch your leggies, and I will put on some nice Sonic music during the break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes, like I said. Okay. See you guys. Oh, and also Dark Knight Lina will do your egg real quick, and then we will go. And that completes the second egg stack. Very nice. All right. See you guys soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Me.
Spinning through a world in motion. Take it all the way. Make your move, work it out. That's what life is all about. It's your adventure. Through the dark, through the light. It's a supersonic flight. Gotta keep it going. Sonic boom, sonic boom. Keeps you running faster. Save the planet from disaster. Spinning through a world in motion. Take it all away. Sonic
Huh.
Hi.
Shit, dude. Hi, Ron. Welcome.
TwitchCon is happening right now, holy dude. And oh my god, like there's so much good shit that's going on.
Really? Ow.
Yeah, like oh yeah, he got
Yeah,
a
I'm
car
back.
battery.
I'm
I have
back.
to
I'm okay.
fucking mute the
Yeah, it's
stream again.
okay. I'm fine.
Twitch is doubling the number of animated emotes for partners and affiliates.
Nice.
Twitch is launching a second September-like event in December with promotions that help include subs and bits, along with a holiday hype train.
Cool.
Twitch is adding a warning option for moderation. This will allow, we've talked about this already, but this will allow mods or to send a private warning in chat to someone who may have violated the rules but don't want to call them out directly or issue a timeout.
Right.
Twitch CEO Dan Clancy has just announced that creators can stream anywhere they want concurrently. No more simulcasting rules limited to mobile-first platforms.
Nice.
So, simulcasting to YouTube. Stop! You're killing her!
That's fine. I've still got a lot of health left. No, but it all sounds really good. I'm surprised. It's shocking.
It really is shocking.
Do you still have control in the game?
Hang on, I have to tab back into the game, but yes, I do.
Or do you?
Hang on, I actually have to push the button. Here we go.
Good.
By the way, what did you have for food today?
The entire day or just dinner? Oh, okay. Nou, voor ontbijt had ik een banaan en appelkoekjes. En wat doe jij? Stop eens even, hè? Pindakaas, brood pindakaas. En voor avondeten had ik een pizza Hawaii.
I know what that meant.
En ik heb wat store brand M&M's.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it. Oh, you're going to play as Tails now?
Wait. Oh, wait, I'm picking a practice stage. Oops. I
Oh.
meant to pick a character.
Well, I'm playing as Tails now.
Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to do.
Wait, I'm playing as Tails.
I'm fucking
Oh,
balling.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Is it only
Could
up
you do
or
that
also
in the
down?
original?
No, don't think so. Wait,
Neat.
wow, that's great.
Yeah, I wanted to play as Tails.
Okay.
Can you? Yes.
Yes! Wait.
Game's
I have to hold
good.
it. Yeah, oh, look at her. Cute.
Game is good. Game is good.
Game's good now. Good. Also,
Okay, let's
the American Sonic CD OST is also good. It's just not as good. It's a Japanese one.
Yeah, it's really not. I like what they did with like Collision Chaos and Wacky Workbench in the Japanese version. Like, it's just a better sounding soundtrack, in my opinion. In my onion.
Oh, fuck!
Wait, no, waking up. Never mind. You're just gonna try to skip as much of the game as possible now. Oh yeah, Tails is the only character that can swim. I forgot about that.
It's up here. Oh, what is up here?
Does he not
Nothing.
get tired? Oh, he does.
does.
Okay.
It's just for a long period of time. Water. Feel water.
You already told it to turn into water, but didn't do anything
There's
with it.
there's a
It's-
metal over here.
Oh no, wait, it's because you have it selected right now.
Oh, do I? Oh, I
Yes.
guess I do.
Quick, press it.
Wow.
Great, I'm still drowning
Cool.
though. Water please, air please, air please, air please. Oh, thank God. Just...
Booble.
No! I'm okay. Ooh. Wow.
You could tell
at that.
Jun Sonoe composed this music because it sounds like the Genesis sound chip.
Yeah.
Look, I hate to dunk on Jun Sonoe's, compositions, but bro needs to stay away from the sound chip.
It sounds nice though.
Well, this isn't his, so that's why it sounds nice.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Oh,
I can't tell
boy.
anything apart ever. So. Oh, I'm going to die. Oh, baby, you know we dying. Oh, ooh, just in time. Wait, wait. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Shit. Fuck.
What happened?
Yeah, the camera focused on me and I went down.
I'm going up. Will you
Wait.
stop with the fucking bubbles?
Swim up there. Take me with you. No. Okay, just go. Never mind. I get priority again. Okay, take me with you.
This game fucking sucks. I'm trying,
Can
but you're
not
too heavy.
You can't swim up? Oh my god. What the fuck is the point then of that? Oh wait, I can do it. Hold on.
It's way too heavy. Hey, you
Okay,
do
there
it.
we go. Fuck, dude. What a video game, huh, chat?
I love this game so much. Top 3.
Hold on. I didn't get to lay on the ground. It's a little blobby.
Wait, what's going on? Why am I
Wait,
still underwater?
Oh no! Oh, wait, we'll save you. We'll save you. Okay.
Why was I underwater?
I
Did you
don't know,
see that?
but- Yeah, yeah, I saw.
It was like fucking Mario 64 glitch. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
dude. Fuck.
Oh.
Oh, bye. That was on me.
Tails drowns on dry land, not clickbait. So true.
Fuck's the tails running out of air in his gills.
Oh,
Oh, go in there. No, fuck. I
I
didn't
tried
know
to,
sometimes.
but,
Sorry.
you
Yeah,
moved too fast.
I'm sorry. It's my
Wait, there's
bad.
a thing up there. Oh, there's a thing.
Go, you can do it.
Okay, Okay, and I want to go up here. Come on.
Just... Get on the platform. Get on the platform. Yes. Okay.
And more.
No! I was... I pressed the button by accident because I was coughing. Octopus! Hey, look. Look, do you see? Hi.
Oh, hi, Trip.
Yeah, Flip's helping us. Trip's helping us. A little.
I guess we're going down.
Kind of, maybe. I guess not. Not
I
me.
think the camera takes priority on who's on the middle of the screen.
That we're going to... Oh, never mind. What was that?
Oh.
Wee. No, I want to
what
get
that
the
was.
thing. It gets your rings.
Where's the thing?
It gets your rings.
Ow.
Where do we want to go right now?
Ow.
Feels like we want to go
don't
in the
know.
other direction.
Okay.
I'm gonna go this way.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead. No, I didn't get all the rings. It's classic squid. Yo! Fan favorite character finally returned. Yo, you know it is a boss. Oh, never mind. Actually, maybe not. Never mind. Oh, go in, go in, go. Ah! Modern squid is here. Very modern squid.
This is the same level we fucked up on.
Yep. Let's not do so again. No. Squid moment! Yay! Yay!
Wow.
Wow! I freaking love echoes. Wow and yay!
I can win this one.
You can
Here I
do
go.
it. Oh, I hope you can win it.
I guess I have to.
Yeah. No! God. That's okay, bud.
Oh, we got a sippy. I gotta
Oh,
take
we got a sippy. Okay. You won, Dia. You did it.
Woo.
We're so proud of you.
Have I ever shown you
Wait, I'm
what
not
I
fucking
drank?
done.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Okay, we already got the
Oh, your car battery, I see.
Yes, and I was still sipping when you unpaused first. Boss time?
I like the huge. Oh, it's fucking egg spider.
Spiper. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn, if only we have water ability. You can swim. You're fine. Ow! No, my power! Ow! I miss Agat. Agat wasn't canon, but Agat felt canon to me. I mean, we're at Sage now. How the fuck was I supposed to... Whatever. Damn, I love playing the game.
Fire the missiles. I am retired.
But I am lit. Okay, first taking that. Then fire the missiles. Where are we going?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think that was supposed to happen. I go up.
oh, you're
I go
supposed to
up.
just. Oh,
I go up. Ow! I grab my ring. I kills you. I don't. Wait. Yay, I kill
get him,
you.
ass.
I kill you again. Oh. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Get the bulb.
I did.
I wish I could curl.
Yeah. Kills
Oh,
you.
okay, well,
Yay! Oh, yay! Achievement unlocked. Oh, look at his little diving suit. I wonder what it would look like
Oh
if you
yeah,
had just,
cute mania
the Lego
reference.
thing. Oh yeah, the Mania boss is so fucking dumb. But it's funny.
It's funny though. No fruit. We are fruitless.
It's a big sad. I gotta
You're
be
just
honest,
not fruity
Zoe.
enough.
This seriously, you gotta try harder than I guess. I thought we were doing pretty good. I gotta be honest, Zoe. This multiplayer co-op mod you've installed. Whoa, we're at the part of Dragon Ball. This multiplayer co-op mod you've installed doesn't seem to suit the game. Maybe uninstall it. See, I would, but it's sort of like it's become load bearing now. If I try installing it again, this doesn't work. Oh,
Bye.
hi.
Whoa.
I'm going. No, I'm going. No, I'm going. Oh, I'm going.
Oh!
Oh, I'm
Oh, I love
going.
Sandopolis.
Yeah, dude. Sandopolis is beginning to look a lot more like Sandopolis
More
right
like
now.
Sandhill. More like Sandhill. Am I right, gamers?
No, okay.
I'm Roger Craig Smith, everybody.
Yeah. What would you say is your favorite thing about playing Sonic?
I'm Sonic.
Yeah, dude, I get it. You know that's real. That's my favorite part of playing Shadow. Hey everyone, it's me, Shadow. Shadow's voice
Hey,
actor.
what's left? Well, I guess we'll never find out.
I'm so sorry. What
fine.
the fuck? Whee!
Hopefully we can actually get this one now.
I was hoping it would just be a different one, but I guess not.
No. It's fine, we have plenty of rings to play with.
This is true. Dude!
No, I know what I'm doing. I'm
Okay.
trying to like see if I can land on it. Ooh, we're in a good position.
I want to get the ring so we have more time. Oh, well. Well, oh.
Yeah, you can't just fall into them. You have to actually grapple into them. Here, let me.
Stupid.
Let me. Oh, we're getting closer. Oh, we're getting closer.
Maybe. We might be. Fuck, dude.
That's stupid.
I hate this. I actually just fucking hate this. This sucks.
Wow.
This
I
level
wish this was like
sucks.
Origins. I wish this was like Origins where we could just use a coin just to retry the stage. This kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a really bad one.
This one is tough. Yeah, I know.
It's certainly tough because it's bad. It's just unclear to me how we're actually supposed to get it.
You know what's fucked up? Mar did this in one try.
Seriously? Damn, we gotta ask him how.
Yeah, I'm like, he didn't think it was that tough. I'm like,
How did you not?
because he just kind of landed on it.
I guess. Maybe just lucky RNG or something.
Basically.
Can we go? No? Okay,
Oh, boy.
bye. Let's just leave, I guess. I'm just going.
Ow.
Ooh. Bye.
Oh.
Oh, checkpoint. Get the checkpoint. Chris, get the banana. Get the banana, Chris. Potassium.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to go up there. I wanted to go up there.
okay.
There's springs up there.
Oh, okay.
No. It's okay. I will do this. Here I go. Up I go.
Up you go. Great job.
Cool. I love when a game gives me no fucking momentum to do anything with.
God
Here,
damn it,
I'll try that
dude.
again.
Yeah, you gotta do it again. Here you go, bud. Hooray! A checkpoint. Chris.
Wait, maybe there's another one over there.
Fine.
We could try again. We could try again with the. No? It wants us to go this way.
Whatever. Oops.
Oh! Ow. We can reach your boss territory.
Yay.
I can't even pause.
Oh. What the
What?
what the hell is going on? What is
it because I'm
happening?
It thinks I was stuck in that animation. Are you fucking serious?
Jesus
What
Christ.
the hell is wrong with this game?
Oh my
What were they
God.
thinking? What is going on?
We're just permanently in sand now. Are you kidding me? Oh
Touching
my
sand gets you out of sand.
I don't want to. What a good game. Thank you so much, Sega, for giving the
have to
developers of this game the time and resources necessary to make it very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna take control of the camera. I'm out here. Okay, maybe not.
It's just me, baby. I'm just taking a scroll.
You are so covered in- Are you
I'm
fucking
fine.
serious right now?
Wait, why are you covered in sand again now?
I don't
What the
fucking know.
fuck, dude?
I'm getting him on purpose. Come on, please. Please!
Just go into sand. Just go down. There.
This game is awesome. We're back where we were. It's a great game.
No, this way. No, no. Okay.
I'm trying again. Okay.
Whoops. Well, whatever. Let's just go. God damn it, dude. This is a mess. We did go. Wait, no. Where did we go? Why did we go the wrong way? How did we do that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Hold on. I want to try something. No. Okay.
No, it's not that kind of game. It's not like Mario.
All right. I mean, isn't it?
God forbid they're clever in this fucking game.
Where are we supposed to go? And what the fuck is this part? Like, this is garbage. Oh, we have to go up here, probably. Right, okay, fair enough. I'm just going, dude. I'm just gonna go. No. Oh, yes, nice. Teamwork.
It's like Chala Hechala.
Yeah, right?
Some dragon.
That's what I was saying. Chala, chala, na 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 na. Has there ever been like a Dragon Ball Z platforming game?
Platforming game?
Yes.
Does Dragon Ball Z Sagas count?
I don't know. Does it?
That game's bad.
Okay. But is it a platformer?
Kind of. It's more like a beat 'em, like you beat all the enemies on the screen before proceeding kind of game.
Right. Okay. I think I know the one you talk about, and yeah, that is bad. I'm not counting that one.
That game is kind of
Like, ooh, mole rocketing.
I mean, I get maybe is Kakarot kind of a platforming game?
I don't know. I haven't seen gameplay of that one. Whoa.
That's the latest one.
Yes.
He's gonna shoot enemies. Shoot the blue ones. You have to hit
Spoilers.
the blue ones. You gotta kill this. No, if you hit the ones from the blue ones from underneath,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
send them back at him.
Right. Why'd you do that, Egg? You could have just not done that and you would have been fine.
Bro thinks he's Andros.
We have Andros at home.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on this one.
Okay.
That guy, yeah, there you go. It's Cocky.
Not his name.
Not his name.
That's not his fucking name!
Okay, here comes the blue one.
Oh, how did you know
Fuck.
it? You
Oh,
fool!
because the first one that comes,
It's always the blue one?
first one that gets there is always the blue one. Yes.
Right.
No, I wanted to do it.
I love iframes. Like, we could beat this boss so much faster if this fucking boss didn't have iframes. Hey, Arzest, why did you give them fucking iframes?
Why you hate us, bud? I
On the
assume it's
right.
just done for multiplayer.
Oh, no, it's that one.
so that like multiplayer people can feel more, involved when the boss doesn't instantly die. However, don't care.
Uh-oh.
Should have made it an option then, honestly. When you start a multiplayer game, it should just be like, do you want to turn on these multiplayer-friendly options? Oh, another one. Oh, I got it.
Ow.
Ew. Careful, Tails.
I'm okay.
Okay, Tails. I love I can just jump past it. It doesn't matter.
Here it comes.
Yes, that one. Yay, we did it. Yippee. Yay. Fuck you, egg. Fuck. Whee. I hope we have a fruit. We do have a fruit. Yippee.
I like how I disappear if I'm on top of you.
Yeah, that's very weird. Where did you go?
I just don't exist.
I guess you don't, huh?
God forbid I fucking exist in this game.
What is that song?
Only one act of this, huh? Cool. Alright, that's fine. I didn't want to play Sandopolis anyway.
It's weird. Why did they just have single acts?
Okay, this is a Jun Sonoe track. This one's one of the better ones. It reminds me of a Sonic 3D Blast one. Okay.
I can see it. How much different would Sonic Colors be if he called Eggman Eggfuck instead of Baldy McNosehair?
Hey, Eggfuck! Get the fuck off this planet! Sonic! Stop swearing!
Sonic, what
This is a rated E game!
What the fuck, Sonic? I mean, what the heck, Sonic? Whee! I really just like... he would just stop in his tracks and be like, okay. I guess I'll leave.
Up! Oh, I'm tired.
You're coming down, bitch.
Whee!
I think Eggman would get scared if Sonic called him Eggfuck and then leave. He would just go home. Wouldn't say anything else anymore. Hey, yay, that was kind of cute.
Yeah. Oh, my food is here.
Oh, do we need to pause?
Maybe in a second. I'll see if I can ask if I can just eat up here, so I can like at least be here while I eat. If I can't like play, at least I'll be here. Yeah. Just in a second. I'll be like in a minute.
Wait.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm good for now. Right now, I'm ready. I'm okay.
I die.
What is over here?
I die.
What is over here?
Nothing.
Come on, Tails. Show me.
Nothing at all.
Show me the secrets of the.
There are none. Whoa, there was a secrets. Hey, yeah.
Secrets.
Yeah, I love a secrets. I love a.
But it was not. Yeah, just fuck this level.
An emblem. Whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh, checkpoint. At least get that. So you can at least, yeah, you can, now you can do it again.
Oh yeah. Where should I go?
It's gonna tell you to go that way, so just take the bottom path for now.
Yeah, for now.
So many spies.
What is with these fucking fake gods? What the hell?
Okay, it's obviously giving you a direction of where to go.
Yes.
Oh, that's cute.
Yay.
I'm back
Again.
for some reason.
Yep.
I didn't even push the button.
Nope. Sure.
Going up
Ow.
here. I'm going top path.
Nope. Sorry, the game didn't like that. Whoa.
What the fuck?
I don't know, dude.
Oh!
What?
Wait,
What?
hold on.
What is
This
it?
way. I wanna see if I can get down there.
Okay. Why? Did you see
Okay,
something real
not-
special cool?
Yes.
Whoa, nice.
And if we failed this one, there's one even further back that I saw.
Okay.
Excuse me, I pushed. Never mind.
Oh. Come on.
I'm gonna land in this ring circle here.
Like, I assume we need all the Chaos Emeralds for the true ending, right? So...
Possibly. I didn't get that far.
When you watch
I'm
more
watching
play,
more.
right?
Yeah. Kind of tapped out.
That's fair. Just saw a tweet that read something like, next time they get Jun Senoe on a classic Sonic game, they should just lie and say it's a modern game. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No! Fuck.
Oh! Oh, wait, maybe we can use this to our advantage.
Come on, 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 come on. Come on, come on! Come on, you're fucking kidding me!
It's fine, there's
Fuck.
one further back. It's fine, there's one further back. There's one further back.
Okay.
Here, just
That's-
follow me.
Fucking big sucks, dude.
I know.
Well, good luck.
Bye.
Nice. Dude, these things are all over the fucking place, huh?
I know, yeah. It's too bad that you can only get one in each, in like, oh, they're calling me.
Oh.
I know!
What?
It's fine.
Oh, you sure?
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Just go ahead. Well, if we don't do it, if we do or do not do it, then I'll just tap out for now. It doesn't, you know, we will either, if we succeed or we don't succeed, I will still have to go
Yes.
for a little bit.
Come on! Fuck, dude.
For the rings. Ah!
Hate this.
Cool.
Garbage bonus
It'd be
stage.
so
dude.
awesome. It would be
It-
so cool.
I wish we could go back to the previous bonus stages that were like fun, you know?
I know. Yeah, I know.
Like this specific one just sucks. Like before this I was super enjoying it, but now it just sucks.
Yeah.
It is bad game design, it's true. Yeah.
It's bad game design.
Come here. It's bad game design.
Oh.
Anyway, go get your food or whatever.
I go get my food. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
go get your food, go get your munchies.
I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna.
Yeah?
I'm just gonna.
Good. So this game isn't all that it's cracked up to be, huh? I like head for Derek. I like the aesthetic of it. Get Derek to Knuckles Cowboy head, of course. Naturally. It is what he needs to have, considering he has the Knuckles head also. Very good, thank you very much, esteemed Jester. I feel like I need to also play it in single player a little bit after the stream to to know what that is like. Obviously, they marketed it very much as a multiplayer game, which, one, the fact that they don't have online multiplayer, bad. Two, it's bad. The multiplayer is bad. But I want to know what it's like a single player, because right now we are mostly just seeing it through the lens of a through the multiplayer lens, which is, you know, not good, and that should also be judged. But I want to know what it's like in single player as well. The levels that I've done in single player are the Sonic one and the Amy one. The Sonic one being fine, the Amy one being very repetitive and not that interesting. But I want to know what the regular levels are like, you know? This game isn't designed around multiple players at all. Not at all. It's very weird that they market it as such, yet it doesn't work as such. It's sad. It's sad to see. After seeing what you are dealing with, I will also sign up with Eggman for the express purpose of punching Sonic directly in the snot. Thank you! Thank you. Me, Queen Defenic, being also working for Eggman, I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. I would love to have some more, you know, non-robot companions. That is to say, non-sentient robots, naturally. To be fair, if they hyped up their multiplayer, you'd assume that it's because it's better than single player. Exactly, that's what you would assume. That is what you would think, that the multiplayer would be fucking good. But of course it's not. The system of like just getting booted out of the screen when you get too far away and then just having to respawn at the other player's location. The weird thing about that is that it kind of you become numb to it. You just come to accept it a lot of the time. It's still not good, but like it is simple and quick enough that you just sort of get used to it. So while the multiplayer is still not good, their workaround for all their bullshit works. They shouldn't have the bullshit, but what's there kind of works in order to make it less painful, you know? It's weird. It's bad. It's a bit sad. It's, in a way, just kind of not too unlike the Tails multiplayer in other Sonic games, with the difference, of course, being that now you don't have a specific player one who controls the camera. It feels like it's at random. But you still have infinite lives and stuff. Like, thank God. Can you fucking imagine if you didn't have infinite lives for this and going off screen counted as a life gone? That'd be the worst, dude. That'd be god awful. But luckily that's not what they did. I'm also wondering something, because we've got the cute little icons that you guys can't see because they're covered up by the song title. I'm wondering what... Because we know that the rabbit, like alt character for Sonic, has their own icon. And I'm wondering if, like, modern Amy, Lego, and the Lego characters and stuff would have their own icons as well. I'm curious. Do other Sonic games have multiplayer modes? How do they compare, if they got any? Well, like I said, the retro, like Sonic 1, 2, 3, or 2 and 3, I guess, they have Tails in there. So player 2 can play as Tails, who doesn't permanently die, does not lose lives when they die, and will just respawn after a little bit, just come flying back into the screen and stuff. And it's a similar thing where if they get too left behind, then they just again come flying back into the screen after a little bit. And that works fine. It's very much that, like, it was very much a multiplayer mode for if your younger sibling also would like to play, but isn't as good as you, so they can play as Tails, you know? There are, of course, multiplayer modes in other Sonic games, like Sonic Adventure 2 has the battle mode, and the storybook games have their minigame modes, but I don't think that there is another Sonic game where you can play multiplayer in the story mode. Off the top of my head. I mean, Sonic Boom, I guess. But I don't think we want to count that one. I feel like if anything, that one's worse than this because the game itself is still worse than this, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like the game itself, aside from the multiplayer and the performance issues, and the glitches, fine.
Car battery!
Oh, you... Ow. Like, I have fun. It's not that I hate the entire thing. I like occasional platforming here and there, you know? And it's pretty satisfying to just run around a bit, you know? I could be wrong, but I recall the Sonic Advance games maybe have a multiplayer. Oh, you know what, Ichiro, you might be right about that, actually. I think the Sonic Advance games had multiplayer through link cable. Sonic Advance 1, 2, and 3 had multiplayer through link cable. I think you might be right. Battle... probably just had a battle mode. I don't think you could play that one together in the story mode. Would Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games count as a multiplayer Sonic game? Not for the purpose of talking about story mode games, I don't think. Man, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games, genuinely a very fun game. I really like that one. It's not great, it's a bit silly, it's kind of dumb sometimes, but I genuinely like it. The dream events were really fun and creative and stuff. I like the one where you fight perfect chaos using ice skating. That was very good. I like that a lot, you know? I should play that one again sometime. Maybe I should stream it. That could be funny. Hey, you know, winter is coming up, and I was thinking earlier today, like, if I were to stream something for winter, for like Christmas, what would it be? Because there aren't really that many... There's certainly spooky games you can play during Halloween, even some Halloween-specific games, but finding some good Christmassy games, that's a lot harder. But Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games is certainly an option. Something to consider. Was scrolling Twitter and the stream stopped as soon as I scrolled past the video, right as you got hit with the car batteries, so you just didn't come back, and I got genuinely worried. I died. I'm dead now. Sorry. And also a thing that I thought was cute about the winter games is like the main menu is like this little winter village with like a Christmas tree or whatever in the middle, and there's like all these buildings where you can go to like the shops to get accessories and stuff for your Mii, because you can play as a Mii obviously. And you could see all the characters like walking around there and even like stopping and talking to each other and stuff, if I remember correctly. That was cute. And like as you progressed through the game and got like really good scores on certain activities and stuff, you unlock like decorations and stuff for the town, I think. That's cute. I love a little hub, you know? You don't get to walk around in the hub yourself, you're just sort of twisting the camera, I believe, but still, it was kind of cute, you know? I thought Dia was just gonna get. Oh, speak of the devil! Speak of the imp, even.
Hey,
Hi.
sorry. I was, basically I just had to eat in like 3 bites.
Oh, okay.
Let me reposition myself real quick.
Why did you get the camera?
Oh.
Fuck, dude. Oh, we rated! Oh! Wow, wow, wow!
Hello?
You
spare car
battery. Oh, I got some fucking car batteries, alright. Hello, what was your name? It went by really fast. Oh!
Love Slug.
Love Slug, thank you very much for your raid. And all your viewers, welcome. Hello. We have many car batteries here. People love to throw them at me and hurt my head. Oh, that's a lot of, ooh. As I'm getting a lot of follows. Thank you guys so much for everyone who follows. Thank you. I am a Queen of Fennec or Fennec Queen currently, but always am I Zoe. I am an artist of various kinds. I make my own models and most of the other stuff you see here. And I am... I'm a variety streamer. I do all kinds of things. Currently during Spooktober, I do a lot of horror things. We're also doing some Sonic things and some transgender egg-cracking things because it's also my HRT anniversary last week. So I do a lot of things. I also do Lego sometimes. Ooh.
I gotta reset my camera. One quick.
Okay, good luck.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
Will you?
Car battery!
Oh, ow!
I'm fine. But thank you, everyone. Let me just see if I can... Hold on a second. Bean Luncheon, Kasara, Goblin Hugger, Lazy Lavender, Kami Scum, Zethel94, Ace of Diamonds, Nona, Kirby's Dreamland. Wow, good name. Eschatologist, Ikari Gullwing, The Love Slug, Shiny, and Kane of Termina. Thank you all very much for following. Thank you. Glotto recommended you as do you want a car battery streamer? Because the battery in my car died. And that's why I ended it earlier. Oh, that's fun. Well, I am a car battery streamer. There are many car batteries here.
Mew.
I'll catch it. Where is it coming?
I guess not.
Well, let me know next time it's coming, and I'll catch it and I'll give it to Love Slug. Ow! That's not a car battery.
Is this a car battery?
Ow! No, that's Amy.
Is this a car battery?
No, that's a U-bot.
Is this a car battery?
Ow! That's you. And thank you very much for complimenting my model. I made it myself. Yay! We are playing through. Oh, and also this is my friend Daya. Did I already introduce Daya?
Hi, I'm
Ow.
Daya. I'm playing a game with Zoe.
What? Squid! That is also not a car battery. Doodle Burb, thank you very much for following. Oh, Stretchy. Why don't you introduce yourself a little bit also while I do this?
I'm Daya. I'm a purple non-binary imp. I go by they, them pronouns, and I am playing Sonic Superstars with Zoe today, and we're having so much fun. It's so much fun.
Phew. Okay. What?
I was also excited about the game since it's classic Amy. Too bad it's bad. Too bad the game is not good. I was talking about it a little bit with Chet before you got here, before we got back, Daya, but while the game has issues either way, with like the glitches and the performance and stuff, they are all compounded by the multiplayer problems. I want to try playing it in multiplayer also, to, you know, see what it's like then. Obviously, they marketed it as a multiplayer game, so that is the mode you should judge more. But I also want to see what it's like in single player. But I also have some eggies that I have to distribute. So you give me just a moment before we keep going. Eschatologist. This is going to be the third X-Tech also. Nice. Shiny. Z-Man. Sega fumbled another one. That's a shocker. Yeah, they did it again. They once again pressured and rushed their developers into putting out a bad product.
I could say a lot more mean things about this game.
Oh, for sure. Bean Luncheon.
Their Amy model is uncredited.
Yep, that too.
Somebody.
Vreska?
They commissioned somebody
how did I get
for
here?
the Amy model, and they didn't give proper credits to the person who made the fucking model.
Yep, they didn't.
They used the models also used in Sonic Origins as well on the title screen, like you know, like for Sonic CD when
Another
you're
egg.
waiting there.
Yep.
The model was used there. It was made
No.
for Sonic Origins, and then it was used for Sonic Superstars. Again, not credited for the artist, so you know how it be.
Yeah, it's big sucks.
Also, did I mention that Sega is also a Union Buster?
You should say it. I also want to say that if you're new here, the fact that I have a Sonic OC VTuber model might clue you into the fact that I really love Sonic. Like, I'm not here to be a hater. We are not here to be haters on Sonic. We love Sonic, and the only reason why we're so harsh about this is because we are so fucking mad at Sega at doing this to a beloved franchise. Ow, ow! You didn't give me a heads up! Ah!
Slug 3. Well, I guess Slug's.
I dead. Tills over one of Dusty's eyes. I don't know if that's still gonna happen. Wait, how did it get here? I died.
Oh no.
I'm gonna pause again real quick.
Okay.
But now all the new people get to see this.
Oh yeah, you get to see how Zoe chooses their model.
Well, never mind, because Dynalope redeemed fitting alt, so I just get to go back to Queen of Fennec anyway.
Well, Jody, that's transphobic. That was a trans palette. You just
Yeah, that
you
was a
just
trans
passed up. Can't believe this.
palette, so that's pretty transphobic of you. Sorry,
Can't believe
bud.
this.
Yeah. That's very, very disappointed in you.
You can switch if you want. No,
No, are you kidding me? It's so much easier to just stay on the same model.
literally. No, you're fine, Jody. It's fine. Jody.
It's fine. We were just kidding. But people got to see the alt model roulette anyway. They got to see a little taste of some of my other models.
Oh boy. Let's see if we can find another giant ring.
Okay, have fun. Oh, there's apparently invisible blocks here.
Oh wait, it auto selects. So how do I? Is it
X.
Wow, useless.
Wow, that's what I thought.
When you're Tails, you don't need it.
Yep. But I mean, that's only if you're Tails. Why was I floating along with you? That was weird. Oh, a gem, a coin, whatever. I'm gonna do a slurky, but I'm very happy Glottal recommended you. And I hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you, and thank you very much, Glottal, for the recommendation. And enjoy your lurk. Once again, thank you for the raid.
Yeah.
The Splatoon sound effects were super fitting. Yeah, I love Splatoon. They were the most fitting sounds that I could figure out for the roulette. And also, when my health
This
bar,
mechanic is
I have a
cool,
health
but
bar.
it's-
If you haven't figured it out, when my health bar is depleted, it plays one of several possible random video game victory tunes because it's cute. All right, I gotta put the Tilsdale on Dusty's eye. Just a moment. And you wanted to say something about the mechanic, Daya?
Oh, the mechanic of it like bouncing you up is cool and all, but it's fucking annoying.
A bit. Well, I feel like that is again something that we would be more aware of if it was single player.
Oh, boss time.
Monkey.
Monkey fella. Oh, great! It's
It's a boss
final.
from.
It's final zone.
Oh! Why's the monkey even here?
Oh!
So much
Oh
for
god,
having
he's got
rings.
Crushma. What?
He is electric, don't you see? He's Spark Mandrill, don't you see?
Yeah, but he wasn't electric when I hit him.
Well, you see, the game is not that good.
They said, no, we want you to play the boss.
You're not allowed to win. Sorry.
How dare you try to speedrun a Sonic game? That is contradictory.
You won't enjoy any of the beautiful art we put in. And it's like, no, I enjoy it. The game looks nice. That's not it.
Ow.
This really is Spark
Thank
Mandel, huh?
you.
Chicken!
Fat!
Jesus. Zoe, like, I'm so disappointed that Sega fumbled the bag on Sonic again. Queen of Fennec, Sonic's new game is mid to bad? Good!
Good!
Shouldn't have removed me from them. That is the lore
I like how
also
you
for the new
appeared out of
people.
nowhere.
Yeah, I'm just there.
You appear out of nowhere, and yet I get fucking deleted.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just more important, sorry. The lore for Queen of Fennec, my current model, is that she was gonna be in a Sonic game, but then they removed her.
Oh, Zoe, do you remember Sendopolis Act 2?
In broad strokes?
With the time mechanic. They had to like pull a lever to stop the
Right.
ghost from like trying to kill you.
Yes, it is.
Or Oil Ocean Act 2 from Sonic Mania, where the fog just takes away your rings very slowly.
Uh-huh.
You see that thing back there? We have to keep that thing not from killing us.
Not
Also,
from
I hope
killing
you
us?
like Titanic Monarch,
It's fine, I guess.
because the orbs are back from that.
Cool, but small. We need button. There's button here. I died. What happens if it fills up?
Oh, you die instantly.
How?
It's not
just-
like it starts taking away rings. No, you just fucking die.
But does it kill you? Or do you just go...
Yes, one hit.
Yeah, but what does it do?
It kills you.
How?
Like it just insta deaths you. Like it's supposed to like start heating up the area, and it's like, okay, it doesn't even start like just slowly kills you. No, it just fucking outright kills you.
But what do you
No
see?
warning, just
What do you see
like a
anything?
red like a red border around the screen and just kills you.
Okay.
It's yeah. I'm saying it just kills you.
Okay. All right.
It's nothing special. It just kills you.
Whoops. Where does Eggman get the funds to keep building all these robots? Like, is he rich or something? Canonically, he runs a whole load of actual legal businesses, including casino. Yep, it's true. That's the canonical explanation, is he runs a bunch of businesses.
Joking.
What?
I'm making a joke
think-
about America.
I think you got cut out a bunch there. Because you just then
I did?
and then you didn't say anything for a while, and then you just said joking.
Oh, I guess probably like streaming this to me, streaming to the chat, and then and like just over. Oh god.
Whoa. Are you controlling this? Is anyone controlling this? Okay.
Or maybe neither of us were.
Yay!
I said, can you put vectors over the tail's ring counter?
Yes, I will do so soon.
What I was saying is, and yet Biden does nothing about it. In regards to Eggman having so much money.
He's too busy burying dogs, which is even worse now that because they're entomorphic. Error Rabbit, thank you very much for following.
Well, come on, Ian. Is he stupid?
Why is he so obsessed with making one big carnival? Because he's already done it like 5 times or so now. Is he stupid? He's dedicated. He has dreams. He has wishes. He's.
Whoa!
What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. This game is good.
This is a great game. I'm so glad these devs had enough morale to fucking finish it on time. Oh,
Enough morale, time,
What's up here, real quick? What is up here?
money, etc.
Okay.
I We just don't understand the vision of
Yeah,
Eggman
you
wanting to
just
build all
do
those
not
things.
Understand.
Hello, I'm here. No.
Push the button.
Wait, this is a fan game, right?
I wish.
I don't know if you're serious, but no, because a fan game would be better.
A fan game would
Ow.
actually have time and care put into it.
Yep. And again, from what we can assume.
You better find the button quickly. No!
Oh fuck! Well, we're gonna find out what happens.
You just die. I'm telling you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there was some stuff going on.
It explodes and you die.
But yeah, it's probably not that the devs didn't want to put in love.
No, it's
Okay.
not. I'm not saying that. No.
Yeah, no, but I'm
It's,
saying that
they
for
were
chat.
not
'Cause
allowed to, basically.
yeah, they were not given the time, money, etc. to be allowed to do so.
It just kind of makes me upset that RSS is now going to have this reputation of making just these bad games.
Yeah,
And this
Not
time,
mine.
I don't think it was their fault.
I don't know if it was their fault last time either. Wasn't it like Squeenix just being
No, that's what Yuji
meddling too
Naka
much?
said. No, that was what Yuji Naka said.
Dark
Another
Sonic.
one.
Whoa! Thank you very much for the raid to your new viewers. Hello, welcome, and thank you for following.
I
wait, I
love
could
that
come
it
back.
puts me in a ball state and not in a state where I could just fucking fly. You know, God forbid it lets me have any fucking fun.
God forbid it lets you use the ability that you picked the character for. Come on, yes. Oh, bye.
No!
Oh, I am teetering on the edge of nothing. Okay. No, come on.
Well, I pushed a button there.
Great job.
Okay, we are. I think we are. No, we're not.
No, I don't think we are. We're just being shut down right
I
now.
love Pikmin.
Pikmin.
Okay, there
Oh,
should
this
be-
frame
there
rate,
might be
this
rings, so just-
slowdown. Is this a slowdown?
Ooh.
It feels like slowdown.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, rings.
So there's like some frame loss going on. You should get some. I already have a lot.
Yeah, you do.
Why is the main camera switching between players at random? Because this is not a good video game.
I want to go up here.
Yeah, we also
There's
don't know
nothing
why
up
it's
here.
doing that, but we don't like
wait,
it.
wait,
What,
wait. Hang on. There might be something up there. Maybe. I hope. God, I hope. I want this game to give me some fucking hope, please.
All right, let's see if it does it again.
I think I figured out how the controls work. It's the last player input.
Maybe,
Nope.
Nope,
It
definitely
just
not.
you're too close to the middle. You're too close to the middle of the
Fuck,
screen.
dude. I'll stand over here. Does that help? Yeah?
Yep.
Yes? No?
And there's just nothing up there.
God.
There's
Are you
nothing
sure?
up there.
Okay.
Yeah, it just won't let me go up anymore.
Yeah, it should just have split screens. It should just have an online multiplayer where each player gets their own screen, but it doesn't.
That'd be nice.
Whoa.
This thing looks like the boss from Sonic CD, the first boss. Work that sucker to death. Come on now, work that sucker to death.
I love that song. Oh, weapon to surpass metal egg. What is this thing? What is it doing here? Ah, I see. Oh no,
Watch out.
okay. I'm okay. I don't want to grab on.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, you died.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I can't come back.
Okay.
You made it.
Yeah, awesome.
You also have, you could probably
Whee.
use clone on this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Keep forgetting we have those.
Is it going?
It's X. It was X,
I
yeah.
had it. I activated it. I saw one of them run into the
okay.
screen.
Oh yeah, it was a delay.
Hold on. Your choice between Rouge or Amy sticker for the Amy ring counter. Well, I like Amy, so we're gonna go with Amy. Yeah, I'm playing as Amy now. How fun!
No way.
Yeah, you know, like they just won't let her be playable in like a mainline Sonic game again, so we're just gonna have to pretend, you know? Oh, okay. I'm okay for some reason. Woo!
Ow.
Uh-oh.
This is getting dull.
Ow! Jesus Christ!
Wow.
I've died it. Amy doing that one gif of Sting wearing a Sting mask. The last time Amy was playable in a mainline game was 06. Actually, it was Frontiers. I was making a joke that she's been playable in the 2 most recent games now.
Yeah.
But before that, yes, I think it was 06. Where did I go? Hello. Ow. Well, I don't have a ring now. Yeah, you can play as Amy on Frontiers now. It was added in the recent big update.
Cool, I died.
It's not a very
Oh,
good
I'm dead.
implementation, I will say, but you can do it.
You know, I'm really glad that this game doesn't have lives. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah,
Because
oh
this
god,
game
me
would be
too.
monumentally it'd be monumentally worse if it had.
Yeah, no, it would be god awful. Frontiers was the one where made her some weird magical girl instead of letting her just beat the shit out of her shit with her hammer, right? No, she still uses her hammer for things, but she also uses her tarot
was not paying
cards. Yeah, that's okay. There's no lies. But she also uses her tarot cards, which she used to do. That used to be her first defining characteristic, aside from being the girl, was that she was into fortune telling, and they finally brought that back in the main games instead of only in the, well, in the extended lore from the comics and stuff. So they didn't turn her into a weird magical girl. They just brought back old features that she already had, which is good. Nope, the tarot things are not from the IDW comics. That is where they brought it back first, but originally it was just from her very first appearance. The reason why she was on Little Planet is because her cards told her that she would have a fated encounter there.
Ah! The lag is killing
Oh, we
me.
did it. It's okay, we did it. We're good. Hey, oh.
I think it's really struggling to keep up now. It's not unplayable though.
Well, I mean, we've been going for
But it is
over
skipping
3.5
a lot.
hours, so we could just call it quits for today. Ow. She did have a faded
What was
encounter,
that?
yeah. What was that? God no! Not again!
Cool game!
Fucking Christ, dude.
Cool game! Cool game, RZS! Cool game!
This is the second
Cool
time this has
fucking
happened.
game! Oh my god.
Don't worry, I'm gonna play my very best. Maybe not. What, fucking...
I like how it doesn't let you, might want to get under that. Or not.
Oh, it destroyed the
Having a
box.
tantrum now.
haven't even seen him do that
I
before.
want to get under his legs now. We're not. Oh.
Come on, dude. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, can we please fucking beat the level without Amy randomly fucking dying? Game, please.
I'm being so careful. Hand up the controller. I'm not doing anything.
Oh, I see what happened. Probably what happened was when Tails spawned in, it crushed Amy by mistake.
Maybe.
Ugh.
God, this is a fucking video game.
This is a video game.
The boss fight itself is not that bad, honestly, this one. It's just, I don't know. It's just, the rest of the game is just not good, you know?
Nope.
Ooh, Golden Capital. That sounds like near the end. But do we want to keep going now?
By June. It's up to you. I'm still good to go for a little while longer.
Oh, you Joseph so much. It's my favorite. It feels so unfortunate. This is the output from a studio founded by the Sonic co-creator Naoto Oshima, having designed Sonic and Eggman. Is that so?
Yep.
Damn. Yeah, that sucks. Also, for those who don't know, they made Balan Wonderland before this one, which is another incredibly sad game.
Mm-hmm.
It's got Farmer Ted, though. Maybe they should make better fucking games then? Yeah, well, in this case at least. Well, I guess we don't know.
I think they should probably pay their playtesters better.
Yeah, maybe that. But yeah, the
Whoa! Whoa!
me too. Yay! Let's do one more act, I guess. This we'll make this one the last one.
Yeah, I think this one's a 1, but and that Knuckles has his own act after this. I think I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, save the Knuckles one for next time then. I looked into their backlog. It's not just because Sega didn't give them time. Their whole output is fucking mid. Well, good to know then. I know who I'm not gonna hire for the Gauntlet Queen video game. Okay, come on. If we can get this one now finally, that would be wonderful. The rings. Go well. Should've gone with
sir.
this. Fuck. Oh, We're gonna run out of rings, dude. Go. Go get those.
Come on.
What are you doing? No!
Come on. I'm trying to get the rings, but it's not letting me.
Yeah, it's not. God, I wish you would fucking aim in this. It feels random.
It really does. So probably no Sonic Mania sequel. Yeah, headcanon has been basically shafted to making Sonic Origins, and apparently from what they said is that they were basically treated like shit
Makes sense.
throughout the whole project. Christian Whitehead, I don't know what the hell he's doing these days. Oh no, Christian Whitehead has his own new game. I remember that.
Does he? What is it?
Yeah, he's got a I don't remember the title of it, but he's got T-Lopes on it, and like for music and stuff like that. Ow. Oh, drill!
Drill! I fucking hate the drill music in Sonic Colors. It's worst.
Just keep mashing that A
Spam?
button.
Okay.
Over here.
Wow. Fun. Hi.
Okay. Oh.
Double jump, baby.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Sorry.
It's fucking nothing.
Garrett, take me with you.
No, I mean, like, literally, it's fucking nothing.
What do you mean it's fucking nothing? Why? Why is this here? God.
Oh, I love Lava Reef Zone.
This game is big
Oh,
sucks,
the
dude.
bees.
No, not the bees. What is this? Oh, whoa. Okay. Was that supposed to happen in another place as well?
I don't know.
I don't know what I would have accomplished, actually.
I like how the game randomly decides if you're gonna hit the thing or not.
Yeah, right? Okay. Put a fucking booster here, dude. What's wrong with you guys? What is this mechanic also? Like, we've seen it once so far before this.
It's just going in the background.
No, I know that, but like, you don't seem to care much for it. Also, this is not on the 3DS.
Oh, it's not on 3DS?
No, so like, what's the point?
I don't know. Like, I guess it's just cool.
No.
Supposed to
Okay.
be cool.
I mean, do you think it's
wait,
cool?
Wait.
Wait. Come on, Tails. No. Fuck.
No. Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, don't follow me. Fuck. Fuck.
You don't have enough memory in the memory card.
I know, Amy. I'm very dumb. It's so tiring. No.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna try something.
Okay, you go.
Oh no! Here.
I don't know that they. Hold on. How devalued does it probably have to become before Sega sells it? I wonder.
Please. No!
God damn it! Wait. Okay.
I'm too tired to fucking recover. Oh!
Yeah, restart.
Okay, maybe hang
I
on.
know that the role of Sonic as a mascot and Pachinko aside, if Sega Sammy can use it as a distraction.
No.
So long as Sonic as a character is popular, they'll keep having studios turn out junk. Yeah, that's it. They're not gonna
Just
sell
like Pokemon.
Sonic. Yeah. It doesn't really matter how good the quality of the product is. People will buy it anyway. Like, as long as they don't do a Sonic Boom again, it'll sell. You know?
Yep.
Like, I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about this game online. And like, I don't go
You're not
looking
looking
for
in
it
the
per
right
se,
place.
but like, yeah, no, I know, of course, but I'm not looking specifically for reviews or anything, but I follow a lot of people in the Sonic community, and they all just are only super positive about it, and it's just like, what do you mean? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let's just go. Or not.
No, I want that gold ring. I want that gold ring.
Okay. Reviews are mixed on Steam, which is indicative, I think, but nice. But still, like, people still gonna buy it. Yeah. I mean, we bought it. Come on.
We're so close. We're so close. We're so close.
Come on.
I think the trick is to be under it. It's just
It sort of
stock up on
feels
rings
like
and
it.
then yeah.
Well,
First, let's stock up on rings.
Well, that obviously wasn't gonna work.
Let's not.
Fuck us, right? No rings for us. It just feels so fucking random when you can and cannot target something.
Huh?
It just feels so random whether or not you get to target something.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, hang on. Let me see if I can try something.
Rings. Get the rings, please.
I'm trying. Fuck.
Hate this shit.
It's
I feel
bad
like
game
Sonic.
design.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is bad game design. It's extremely bad. Wow, that slow down. Okay, it's frame loss.
I need a palate cleanser.
Lots of mixed reviews are from the Epic Games requirement for crossplay. You know what? The game has so many fucking issues that I forgot. I forgot about that part. I'm just only focusing on all the more immediate issues.
Like, whose bright idea was it to fucking put the Nouveau in there?
I don't know why they keep doing it. Like, it is well known to be incredibly shitty. Ooh, I saved your life. Again, these are kind of the best part of the game.
And because it actually takes you to something that's something that resembles fun.
Yes. And where the multiplayer works. Oh god. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh no. Tails, no! Me, no! Fuck. So those special stages don't give you Chaos Emeralds? The one we just did,
Yeah,
no.
these don't.
The ones
They
we
give
did
you
before,
medals.
where we're trying to just computer futilely trying to get to a Chaos Emerald, even though we never will, those give you Chaos Emeralds, debatably.
Something up here.
The story goes that those give you Chaos Emeralds, but I wouldn't fucking know. Oh, has to be in the background. Go. Okay, come on. Please this time, please.
We could do this. I think.
Okay, come on. Also, I have 69 rings.
Nice. Just try to like get under it.
I'm not doing a good job.
Okay, we need rings.
Yep. Nice. Go get those. We're done. Go get those. We're done.
No,
That could have been it.
my internet
Come
was
on, come on.
my internet was going out. My internet
you
like completely just
fuck.
fucked out.
Well, we also like didn't get close enough, so whatever. Come on.
Cool.
Fuck you! Fucking asshole! God, I fucking hate this. I
know.
actually hate this. I'm getting so fucking mad about this stupid fucking bonus stage. It's okay. Chet, like, okay, for those of you who weren't here for most of the game, that minigame specifically about like swinging around and trying to get to the Chaos Emerald, this is the only one that's like this. Like we've had that kind of minigame, but where you're just sort of like on a track and like chasing after it instead of like chasing around it, and those are way better. Those are fine. Those we had fun with those, but we are stuck on this one because we can't fucking beat it. Everything except for that one has been fun, and now they just throw that incredibly shitty one at us. No, it's not different every time. It's different every Chaos Emerald. But we are now on this specific Chaos Emerald, which is garbage. And unless we can get that one, we can't get the other fucking Chaos Emeralds.
Yep.
Thank God. I hate the Chaos Emerald. Eggman.
It's like that one Chaos Emerald in Mania, but turned up to a fucking 11.
Yeah. It's really bad, chat. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Has the soundtrack at least been passable? Sure, yeah, it's passable. There's some nice tracks in there, but even it's more like Sonic 4 levels of soundtrack than, you know, most other Sonic games. The game should apologize to me. Fair, you're right. We should get Sega to issue a formal apology to us,
Yeah,
the
just
community.
right up. Looks like GQ became the AVGQ.
The Angry Video Gauntlet Queen. I'm still Gauntlet Queen. I'm not the Gamer Queen.
She's the angry video game queen.
Something got auto-modded? I didn't even see it get auto-modded. What the hell? Pig.
Piggy.
Hey, that's our rings!
No rings.
What the fuck, dude? What kind of stupid asshole boss just takes your rings at the start?
I guess Eggman's getting smart.
Fair enough. He's like, damn it! The game isn't bad enough, they're still playing! I'll have to try something
Fuck
else.
this guy. Fuck this guy.
Pig. Oh, bye.
Maybe we can stay here and go down.
Capitalist boss. Pixplode. Oh yeah, there is one. There is one forbidden word on this channel.
Wow, look at all the medals we got. We should go to
Awesome.
the world map.
Yeah, we should. Oh,
Let's go to the world map.
Yes. Also, there is an Act 2. Oh no!
Act 2?
No, Trip is getting kidnapped.
No.
Yeah, the word straight is banned as a joke.
Let's look at the shop.
Oh, that's all right at the beginning.
No, it's right here.
What?
Yeah.
Is it? It's the shop? What are you talking about? Oh, there it is, huh?
Here.
Oh, hey, look, we're at the end of the game, I guess. Question mark? Maybe? Who knows?
Oh, you control
Jesus
it.
Christ. How do I do that? Okay, there we go. Shut up, Vex Fidel. Didn't unlock anything new. Okay, can we get a full Amy yet?
See, that's
What's this one?
that's
Okay.
45. That's 70.
So no.
That's 60. 60. That's 60.
Okay,
So
wait, is
no.
it? Oh, so still no. We're getting close.
We would have it would be 75.
But I want to get these legs out because these are better. This game is like if Sonic was straight, which he's not, thank God. He's in gay love with Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh,
Why
by
is
the way,
this
if
accessory
you-
so fucking expensive?
I don't know. It's an Ape Escape.
You're right. It is Ape Escape. What are you gonna say?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, you can just buy everything if you want. Well, not
No,
everything,
I
but everything you need for a Metal Amy.
Not everything for Metal Amy, can I?
Well, not everything, but everything except the legs.
Right. Can I buy these legs instead?
I guess if you want to.
Yeah, but like,
It's your game.
get all the Amy stuff in the
no,
sags.
you can't get the arms and the, well, I mean, you could get the arms. Well, if you want the metal Amy body,
Yeah, but I want. Yeah, I guess.
then you want to get that.
Wait, you can buy more than one. What's the point of that?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
So you can have multiple presets, but you have to buy
guess.
separate items for them? Like, seriously? That sucks. This game is so big sucks.
This game is so sucks. And color costs fucking money as well.
Yep. Downloadable content. Yay! Oh, this isn't like... These aren't customizable options. This is just a one thing.
Sucks.
Cool. Behold, my new OC.
The
You got one color. I guess so. Why can you... I don't know, whatever. Why can you access the shop from here, but not the multiplayer mode? That seems... Because there's nothing in the shop for the story mode. So what's the point? Maybe because we saw that Eggman stole one of the robots, or maybe stole. Who knows? But anyway, took one of the robots, and maybe the robot that you have selected, that you have built, is gonna be like one that we fight at some point. You know?
maybe.
Maybe. That'd be kind of neat. Sonic is proudly brought to you by Shop. Shop. He didn't steal it. He built that robot with the technology he stole. Of course. I think Classic Fennec should have bigger ears. The ears are actually the same size, but it's just everything else that gets smaller.
And you're fucked up and you're psychopath!
But I guess we'll call it quits here today because we've been going for 4 hours. Think it's too late to pirate the game? Yes.
A little bit too late.
It's a little bit too late to do that. I'm sorry to say. Yeah.
You know what? It's not too late. We could still fuck Sega out of $60.
We can still do it, chat. Anytime you pirate the game, Sega loses $60. Even if you would have only gotten the game by pirating it, even if you wouldn't have bought it otherwise, they are losing $60 every time you pirate it. Even if you've already bought it, we bought it. If we pirate it, they'll still lose $60. That's how it works.
Good.
Good. I'm glad. No way this game is $60. Like, they can charge whatever, but wow. Yeah, yep.
It is $60, and it has a $15 DLC pack as well.
Yep, on launch.
And if you want to buy that together, it's $70. Imagine that.
Man, I'm so glad fan games exist. I'm so
Me
glad.
too. We should play.
You know,
We should play Sonic Triple Trouble HD, whatever that
we
thing
should.
is called.
We should. It'd be fun.
Because I hear that it recently got an update because Sage happened.
Oh yeah, I heard so too.
I
Pirate
got
Sonic.
an update, and you can
Sorry, gone.
you could play as Amy in Triple Trouble now.
Yeet. Good. Also, look at that egg in the background. I wonder if that'll be relevant.
Well, I guess not, because this is the second level. I like how I just casually just disappear.
Yeah, I just kind of like I'm about to head off. Oh. Goodbye.
That's Zoe's I have to go to sleep soon alarm.
Yes, it is. So I should probably go to sleep soon. But Pirates Sonic Superstars 70,000 times. Sega goes bankrupt. Buy Sega super cheap. Delete all 70,000 copies I now own a perfectly healthy Sega. Yep.
Sega!
Sega! Yeah, so I hope you all had a very good time here. I hope you enjoy your time with Super Mario Wonder, which is presumably a better game. I will find out myself when I when I also pirate that one. Because I love to make Nintendo lose money also. Because Nintendo also sucks, even if their games are better. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for Dia for hanging out.
You're welcome.
Do you want to plug something?
I stream sometimes, not very usually these days, but I do have a stream at twitch.tv/Diafiend. I mostly stream like retro games. I stream RPGs sometimes. Really, I stream whatever the hell I want to do, and it's fun. But my vibes over there pretty chill, pretty cool. It does get pretty crazy at times though. I do suggest that whenever I do go live, check me out. And
Yeah, you should.
it is a fun stream to watch. So,
Yeah,
but
they are
most
great.
times you'll find me here hanging out with Zoe.
Yay. As for me, I will be streaming again in tomorrow. Luigi's Mansion, we'll be continuing that. I might have some co-hosts on for that as well. It's Ooks and Spooks and all that because it's Spooktober. Exclamation point links in chat that leads to a little website that has all of my links to my various things except for Blue Sky. I don't have that one on there yet. If you want to check out all the things I do, find the YouTube with all the VODs or my Discord or something, which is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm going to do, because then you get a little here when I go live. And you don't have to worry about joining a whole community or anything like that. There is no pressure at all. If you join the server, all you have is a stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into a full server if you want to, but you don't have to at all. Let's go find someone to raid.
Yay!
Let's see. I'm looking. Katie! Katie's streaming. Katie is streaming Final Fantasy 14. I wasn't sure. I had to read the Roman numerals.
Roman numerals.
I figured it was probably 14, but I wanted to make sure. I'm closing the game also because fuck this performance, dude.
Fucking hate this game.
We are going to continue the game, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we will be continuing it next week, but you know,
It's rough.
it is fucking rough. I hope
It's
they.
very rough.
I really hope that it gets some updates to fix it. Anyway, the raid message. When should I expect the points to be refunded for Discord thingy? I did in chat. Oh, did you do that? In that case, shut up, ad. In that case, yeah, so you did. Well, in that case, any mods in chat, please remember to shut Steam Not Completed to turn off the DRM. Yes, I will do so, thank you. But any mods in chat, please give Ichiro Habuki Discord access and refund the points. Thank you. The raid message for Katie. Oh, also Katie is a friend of mine, who is very sweet, very nice. She is a frog-themed witch, not a frog witch, but a frog-themed witch. And is so chill and cozy and nice. So it'll be very nice winding down from this disaster of a game. The raid message will be. You thinking about anything, Daya? You got any ideas?
This game is a piece of chocolate.
This game is a piece of chocolate.
Hold on,
I know
I have to find
exactly what they were.
I have to get the
thinking.
whole thing. I have to get. Yeah, I'd rather play this game than not play it.
Yeah.
I truly know what they were thinking.
Yeah, okay, can you put that in chat?
I got it.
There we go.
There's your raid message, everybody.
That's the raid message. Ooh, doing a bunch. It's this. All right. So, Katie, Dids, thank you. So once again, thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate it, especially if you stuck through us getting so tired with the game. I really appreciate y'all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow for Luigi's Mansion. Goodbye, everyone.
Yay!
Bye.
Luigi!
Luigi! Anyway, bye.